play this straight, there's not really many gaps that they can get through here. And if they do, then fair play to them. They deserve those runs. As Paul comes in again. Bowls just a wider delivery, left alone. That's called a wide by the umpire there. You can see what she's trying to do though, kind of trying to get that shot, trying to get the full stroke. You've got to slip in there. Hopefully, you find the edge and it goes to them.
No runs off the bat yet.
Ball in again. It's a lovely looped, almost a Yorker there.
Ball's very full.
She does.
So she got the first wicket though. Get the ball up there.
Yeah, she is
driving.
She's getting this swing as well that you want to see from your opening bowlers. So it's a good start from Grace Paul on home debut.
Who do you imagine will be opening from the other end?
God, that's a good question. Could be Tilly Callahan, another former Essex player that's now crossed the bridge. She opened the bowling last week. As Paul comes in for a fifth delivery of the over, bowls. Another wide one.
It's interesting. She just loses the shape a touch.
Could you have seen the batter start to move there at all, Alan?
Unfortunately, I think touch lenient there. I think that's just, like I say, she lost the shape there. Still swinging. Get it in between those two, either very straight or pitching a touch wide.
There is definitely a plan where you can see why this field has been set by Kent. Paul comes in again. Another nice, that's much better line there. Really trying to get that. Yeah, it swung out, tried to get that cut shot. Could have found the edge. I think that's Megan Sturge's slip. It could have gone straight to her.
What I would say is I think there is someone just at backward point, not quite gully. There's quite a big gap through there. Maybe not quite the line she wants to go with.
That's a lovely shot. Full again from Paul. Alan's just leant on that, hit it through the covers, and that's Derbyshire's first round with the bat.
That was a lovely shot, to be fair. Don't mind it though. Getting up there, get them driving. Just a lovely shot. So yes, after the first over, Derbyshire Falcons are 7 for 1. And yes, let's see who's taking the new ball from the other end for Kent, the Nacton Road end.
It's great to see a few more supporters coming in through the turnstiles. Where we are, we can't quite see the majority of the Spitfire Ground, but we are expecting a lot of clubs, a lot of female cricketers coming in to support Kent today. It'd be great to see them here. We've got a lot of brownies in the family zone. Our guard of honour from this morning.
It's a pretty early start on a Saturday, 10:30. Maybe people I'm sure they'll sleep through the day. As you predicted, it is Callahan. So another debutant here at Spitfire. Well, played at Spitfire Ground before, but
she played for Essex in the Battle of the Bridge T20 a couple of years ago. But first time in that sky blue of Kent.
And it's a similar field set for her. I think it's just the third man. Again, it's hard to see from here. Callahan comes in for a first delivery. Oh, wonderful start. Seems a bit shorter than Paul, not quite as full. Didn't see any movement there, but a good line straight through to Davis.
Yeah, just above that hip height. It's tricky to get a hold of when it's that high up on the body, isn't it?
Yeah, good. Like I say, good line though. Beating that outside edge. Cut. Oh, goodness me. Bit of a dodgy bounce there in front of that fielder just there. Well, who is that there?
Liv Barnes. He's unlucky there.
Yeah, it was just popped, almost taking the head off there. But hit very well. Again, wasn't too wide there, but Shaw on strike, who I believe won Batter of the Year for 2024 for Derbyshire. She, Derbyshire Women's, and absolutely crunched that one. Just back for the square, like I say, almost taking Barnes out. And I don't think that ball was particularly wide, but clearly a dangerous batter.
She was also Derbyshire's top scorer in their last game, 74 of 71.
Touch wider, left by Shaw. Yes, from what I can tell from looking pretty much, Shaw is definitely a wicket Kent one early.
Yeah, dangerous player is Shaw.
Cut again, this time picked up by Barnes there. Not quite as much of a dodgy bounce, not hit quite as well. Karen's been very persistent on that line.
Yeah,
but not as much swing though.
no, I think she's one of those bowlers that just find that length, that line,
Yeah.
keep hitting it, and if you miss, I hit.
Absolutely. Yeah, straight to driven back. No run picked up by Belt. Bit full of that ball. I really do feel just keep attacking those pegs.
Potentially.
Especially with this new ball. Get it swinging. For both these opening bowlers, just get through if you're swinging for Paul this over.
I think it's important to know that it is a 50 over game, so you don't. It would be amazing if you could score really quickly, really early, but then you want to keep those wickets for the end, those back end overs, the last 10, the last 15. As Grace Poole begins a new over, comes in past the umpire. Another full wide ball, not given as a wide.
No, I think that was it. Swung.
It did swing
past the stumps, but like we say again, swing. What I'm noticing from Paul early on, swing bowler. Love to see it.
Yeah, these are the tempters, the ones that almost entice the batter to find that edge.
She definitely bowls a fuller length.
She comes in again past the umpire, bowls. Another loopy delivery.
That one was a touch wider.
A little bit.
Big fan of this ump.
But then, but then they are now piling up these dot balls, so there is pressure with wickets and there is pressure with not letting them score so easily. So
yeah, Shaw's got off to a good start as well. Good to dot her up for a bit.
Paul comes in again. Bowls down the leg side there. She may have tried to aim at the pads there and just got the line a little bit off there.
Well, that one didn't swing. I think that she was going for the hero ball, pitch it on middle, swing it away. That one didn't quite swing.
Right, I must say, apparently we've had some technical difficulties, but we're all good now. So after this delivery, I'll introduce us again to everyone that's watching. Grace Poole comes in, bowls. Oh, tempts the batter there, sure. She tried to get a stroke away, but no run again. So, my name is Liam, and I'm joined by Cameron.
Hello, everyone.
And this is the brand new Kent Women live stream for the 2025 season, sponsored by Cluberly, the first saving app dedicated to sports fans. We're here at the sunny Spitfire Ground, and Derbyshire currently 18 for 1 in the third over. Grace Poole getting a wicket in her first over, and she's in again during her second. Bowls. Oh, hip height cut away there by Shaw. You can tell why Shaw was the big scorer last week. She's going after her a little bit, isn't she?
Too short, touch too wide. In fact, it wasn't that wide, but Shaw does seem to stand a bit leg side of it. Strong through that. Hit a similar shot off Callan over before. She does seem like the dangerous player here.
And now we are audible again, hopefully. You can get in touch with us at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. Whether you're a Kent fan, a Derbyshire fan, let us know where you're listening from. If you've got any questions for us as well, as Paul comes in. Bowls. Oh, it's on the stumps, that one. Left wide.
Yeah.
After getting hit for 4 there, that is a good reply, as you said.
Her strength does seemingly, it's that swing bowling she can produce, so she's not going to get that from halfway down. Oh, and that has brought about a change in the field with now a deep cover. Probably clever, I'd say.
As Paul comes in again, bowls. She's now on that stump line, isn't she? First few balls of this over, she was going wide again, as she did in her first. Yeah. But it's paid its rewards. There's 2 dot balls to end the over. Derbyshire 22 for 1.
Timed nicely, though, from Shaw again. She looks quite settled already quite early on. But yes, so for those who I guess had the pleasure of not hearing us early on, get down to the Spitfire Ground today. It's a beautiful day here. Support the women. Run us through the ticketing prices. So
it's £6 for adults, £3 for 14 to 17-year-olds, and just £1 for under 14s. It's a little bit hazy in the sky at the minute, but that sun is beating through our windows. I'm in a T-shirt. It's happy days.
Yes, just get down here. I know it's a bit early on a Saturday, but if you're in that Canterbury area, come down and support the ladies. So coming for a second over, it's Tilly Callan again. Oh, straight line up in the air. And just over Cover's head, running away there.
Just over Janjir there.
Yeah. 2 runs for Derbyshire. They're going after this power play. even with the loss of the early wickets, probably a good idea there. That was Tash Allen chipping that one over cover. Kent shouldn't be disheartened by that. In the air, chances are coming. Callum coming back in. Oh, snicked again. And just one run this time picked up by Paul at third man. That's the second time now it's gone through where second slip may well be.
She's always tried to guide it down there, not quite got hold of it. Sturge was in play at some point.
So now she's looking over at Belt. Get a second in. Now to Shaw. Straight delivery, patted back to Belt. At mid-on, yeah, especially with this new rocket, I think I would be keen to get second slip in. Where would you look to get them from is the only question. She's bowling a nice straight line, so perhaps that mid-wicket.
Potentially. She isn't bowling as full as Grace Poole either.
Oh, nice full delivery there. And just dabbed through that backward point region for one, again picked up by Paul at third man.
That's our second commentator's curse of the game.
Yeah. How many will we have over the day?
Let us know at livestream at kentcricket.co.uk.
I'm going for 15.
Oh, more than that.
Was I being optimistic?
more from me though, not you.
That's very kind. Straight line. Just hitting her pads going down leg. Just picked up by backward square. No run. Like I said, Kent have made their chances already. Two from Callan have gone through the slips. Derbyshire are giving their chances to us here. Oh, just beating the outside edge again. Bit of a shorter ball outside off, and Allen just kind of drifts her bat out there and picked up by Davis.
4 runs off the over, not bad at all. After that high scoring start, started to get a little bit of a grip on the scoring rate now of the Kent openers.
Yep, 26 for 1 now after 4. They will want another one with this new ball though.
Yeah, Grace Poole straight back in. She wants another over. Just having a chat now with Megan Belt. It does look like it's Shaw that's the danger batter here, doesn't it?
It does. They have now put in what looks like a gully fielder. I prefer this field. She's come from, backward square. No one down that leg side though.
So Poole comes in for a third over. Bowls. Finds that edge. Finds that edge. Applause from the knowledgeable crowd here at the Spitfire Ground. Quite a few people in now. There's some members to our left. There's lots of people down in the family zone, down by the Kennedy gates.
That one didn't quite carry to Sturge, but she picked it up well there. Could have easily been 4.
So here's Poole for the second ball of her over. Comes in, bowls. Down the leg side. A little bit of a tempter there. Left alone well by Shaw. She knew that she was going to get an extra ball for that one.
Paul really doesn't want to be bowling there now. They've just brought out the backward square and there's no fine leg. It's a long old chase for Gordon if he gets tapped down there.
Now, I will just say again, in case you didn't hear us before, our guard of honour today was from 3 local Brownies groups. I'll go through that after this ball as Paul comes in, bowls. Down the leg side again, that'll be given as a wide. We have the first Shepherd's Well Brownies here today, first Hampton Brownies and second Charlton Brownies. They're all here as part of the How's That Cricket Badge, which is a partnership between Kent Cricket and Girl Guide in Kent Counties to try and get more girls playing cricket, and it looks like they're loving it today out in that sunshine.
Great day for it.
Paul comes in. Bowls.
That's a lovely shot.
Hit away there. Fielded well on the boundary by Jangier. And comes over to the keeper.
That's why they need the cover out there. Lovely shot that from Shaw. Really does look strong out through that offside.
So as I've mentioned, we are playing on a used wicket. We're playing on the same wicket as Kent men played Gloucestershire on last weekend. So hopefully we might see a bit of spin. in this innings. Megan Belt, obviously our main off spinner, as Paul comes in. Bowls.
That's that leg side. Yeah.
More onto the stumps that time. Not as leg side, but hit away well by Alan. She's definitely going to get 2 for this. Applause there from Grace Poole for the
leg buys.
For the fielding, yeah, leg buys signalled.
That's the risk of taking out that backward square. Anything down there is easy runs for the batters. Belt has brought in that boundary rider now, trying to squeeze on Alan here.
As Paul comes in, bowls, loopy, almost a Yorker length there. No ball signalled. She's just got the radar off a little bit at the minute, hasn't she, after a good start?
A few too many extras.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll want to either now get the wicket that she's after or a few dot deliveries would be nice. Free hit next ball, signalled by the umpire. And here it comes. She comes in, past the umpire, bowls. Almost a full toss there, but well fielded by Amy Gordon. And nothing comes of it.
I tell you, whenever I've faced the free hit, I get so nervous.
Yeah.
Because you know you have to hit it away. Well, the onus is on you.
Sometimes that could work to the bowler's advantage, couldn't it? Obviously, you can't get bowled, but run out maybe, potentially.
That would be a killer.
As Paul comes in for a 5th ball of the over, bowls. Nice full length, well behind it is Alan there. Good cricket all round. Lots of encouragement coming from the field. Lots of claps. Not many hands on hips.
No, well, this has been a good start for Kent. I think pretty even, to be fair. Derbyshire have done well after the loss of the early wicket. It's quite honours even at the moment. A wicket here would really put things in Kent favour.
Paul comes in, 6th ball of the over, sorry, comes in past bowls, down the leg side again.
Yeah, that's...
She's not happy with herself though, is she?
No, she knows it.
She knows it.
Especially with the new ball. I have to be using it. Don't want to be using these ball deliveries up with those extras. The batters are finding it hard to get her away when it's, you know, a legal delivery.
We've only seen 1 or 2 real good shots here so far. Hit away. Amy Gordon's chasing that. She'll save the boundary.
Good
Molly Davis takes it in.
And over 2 to finish the over.
2 to finish the over. Derbyshire Falcons women are 35 for 1 after 5 overs. Now, as I say, you can get in contact with us at livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. Tell us where you're listening from. Tell us where you're supporting Kent or Derbyshire from. We don't just want Kent fans listening today. We want Derbyshire fans. We want the showcase of women's cricket at the Spitfire Ground seen by as many people as possible. So do get in touch.
Just seen Molly Davis ask for the helmet.
Ooh.
Whether that means it's a change of bowling coming up or perhaps the pull, she's thinking of standing up. But it's Callahan again for a 3rd over. Lovely and straight. And Shaw dabs it again to short cover. So from what I can tell from our new recruits, our new opening bowlers, Paul she's got that swing, which is good to see. However, obviously, perhaps just needs to work on that control. But from Callahan here, it's very accurate. Not quite as much swing, maybe a bit of seam movement. Back in, nice straight again. Oof. Shaw's gone onto the back foot to slap that away, and she's tentatively kind of hit it in the air. 1 bounce into Belt's hands.
I think the good thing here is that these 2 new recruits are all-rounders, so they're going to give you runs as well as wickets.
Very handy.
Very handy indeed.
Could do a few of those for my local club. It's a lovely shot. Shaw again, staying a bit leg side of the ball. Beautifully driven through the covers, raced away for 4 runs there. Don't think there's too much wrong with that ball from Callahan. Just a lovely shot.
Not at all. We keep saying that Shaw's the danger batter here. Top scored for them in their last game against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, she's raced to 19 already. But Callahan has taken the edge a couple times already. So I don't think she should be too disheartened.
There have been chances, yeah.
And now Belt has put another boundary rider. out of deep cover, as she's done for Paul, now for Callahan. I think it's the correct call. And now plugging the gap left by cover. Again, the fielder who was at deep backward square. Not deep backward square, sorry, but just backward square. Oh.
Wowzers.
Yeah, close again to that outside edge. Just a touch wide of that ball. Shaw going for that cut shot that we've seen her play well a couple times. And straight through to Davis. Another edge almost taken, although I think it would have flown if it had taken the edge.
I think they are trying to get her onto that back foot. I think when she's played it front foot, she's played it straight. I think she's looked pretty unbeatable.
Again, similar place. Missed time this time by Shaw. No run. It's good response this from Callahan after the fall through the covers. Like you say, pitch just getting her length back a tiny bit there after being driven. Straighter, going for the quick single. Oh, just past belt there. Nice drive through mid on. Will it race away? It has. It's a nice shot there from Shaw. Lovely on drive. Just beating Captain Belt to her left. And end the over 4. Derbyshire Falcons are 43 for 1.
Yeah, they're going at 7s here. It's a good start for the visitors.
They're just kind of grappling control of this power play now.
We saw lots of chances at the very start of the innings, but I think these two are now looking quite set, looking to get that scoreboard ticking over. Obviously, they've still got 9 wickets in hand. They can just play this off for a while, and I think it's now up to Kent to make some changes and see what they can. And changes there are, as I think Liv Barnes is coming on loan from Somerset, joined us back, former Kent Pathway player.
So remind us, how does that exactly work?
Yeah, so players in what is unofficially called Tier 1 can come back to Tier 2 on a match-by-match basis. So it is technically a loan, but it's on a, say, next week, Liv could get called up by Somerset and she'll be playing for them. But all the time that they allow her, she'll be playing for Kent for the foreseeable future. So it's good to see a few horses coming back to the stable, as it were.
Absolutely.
Liv Barnes, left-arm orthodox spinner.
Chance to see if this wicket will turn early on.
Also wears the jazziest sunglasses in the team. She's
Superb.
won a few years now, a few select sunglass choices.
No slip starting off here. Maybe just want to see if the ball is going to grip and turn. Boundary rider again. Deep cover. And I believe one out at Cow as well.
Here she comes then, Liv Barnes. Bowls, looping delivery. On the pads there, well stopped in the field by Isabella James. Well backed up as well.
Nice bit of air given to the ball there. Give it a chance to turn.
It's got quite a slanted run up, hasn't she, Liv Barnes? She comes in again past the umpire, bowls. Oh, Molly Davis with the hands there.
Very quick hands there from Davis.
I think the batter was in there, Natasha Allen.
Lovely delivery though.
I'm sure there'll be a few words said now.
The spin's going to be very important for Kent here today, especially on this wicket.
Yeah, I was down there earlier, and it is a spin-friendly wicket. You can probably tell from the live stream as well. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. You can see those patches there. Hopefully get a few more to turn. As Barnes comes in, bowls. Up in the air. It's gone over Sophie Singer at long off.
And will it run away?
That's well stopped. Sophie Singer on the boundary there. Catches up with the ball, throws it back into the bowler. She saved a boundary.
Lovely shot there from Tasha Allen. Well controlled. Over mid-off. But I do like the air that Barnes is giving to this.
It's just something a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
People might say it's a bit early for spin, but you don't want to get them in the rhythm as Barnes comes in again. Lovely delivery, well defended into the onside.
Yeah, I know that Paul obviously gave away a few extras in that previous over, but she was getting the ball to move. Perhaps she'll come on from the other end. Would have liked to seen her for a touch longer, I think.
In comes Barnes. Bowls. It's in the air.
Yeah.
Just out of view from our commentary position.
I'll help you.
Okay.
Straight into the hands, just the one run there. Into deep mid wicket. Who is that out there? Oh no, now she's gone out of view. I believe that's Sturge out there actually.
So we are commandeering the BBC commentary booth in the Cheeseman Pavilion here. We are like live stream pirates. We've taken this as our own for today. So Liv Barnes comes in.
Bowl.
Followed down the leg side.
But like Shaw's trying to use her feet there.
Yeah. I think that's what Kent are going to try and do. They're not giving the gimmies front foot drives. They're not giving them the cover drive. They're trying to make them play the sweeps, the cuts, the pulls. And a decent over from Liv Barnes to open
Very
up
good
with.
start. Again, 3. What would you class Barnes as a debutant?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. If she's played already, it will come through the pathway.
So she has played 2 List A games for Kent.
Maybe not debut, but she is a new signing.
Yes.
In a sense, again.
Yes. So second debut. Can we say that's the thing?
Just rolls off the tongue. That Callahan back. Nice full delivery just outside off stump. Allen again. Both these batters do give themselves a bit of room on that leg side, backing away a touch to carve away through the offside. But yeah, Callahan is being kept with here for a 4th over. Coming back in. Nice and straight up in the air again. Just over short cover's head for one. Picked up by the boundary rider out at deep cover. Allen's taken her chances through there. A couple of times it's just looped over the fielders.
I think they're trying to just get these quick runs, put themselves in a good, strong position, because they know that any bowling change might make it more difficult for them.
Oh, bit of bounce there, bit of extra bounce. Shaw wasn't expecting that one. Flashed it out wide, but missed the outside edge by quite a bit there. But yeah, bit of extra zip off that one through to Davis.
And that scoring rate is now coming down slightly. They're just over 6 and over at the minute.
Callahan coming back into the danger batter. Nice and straight, driven straight back to the bowler and no runs.
Knowledgeable crowd here. Didn't call for the crowd catch.
No. Can see a few people at the flats also coming out to enjoy the game today.
What a day for it.
Honestly, that's the dream. It's one of those flats.
Maybe one day we could commentate from the balcony there. If any of them are listening, we'd loved it.
Cut away strongly again. Shaw does like it there. Stopped by Barnes, I believe. Backward point. Well stopped actually, because that was hit hard. Shaw is very strong out there. Pressure building with these few dots though. Hit strongly, taking a quick single to mid-off. Well run. Oh, the throw comes in and hits the stumps. But they were safely home, so just 2 off that over. Successful on that for Kent. Derbyshire Falcons 48 for 1 after 8. So yeah, 2 overs left in the power play. If you're Derbyshire, you're probably still going to look to attack them, but that brings opportunities for Kent. Yeah,
they've almost got their 50 runs. I think both sides might see some positives out of this. Derbyshire haven't scored at an amazing rate. They've still scored at a good rate. They've only lost the 1 wicket. But I think, especially now Barnes has come on, there is that slight hint of a little bit of control from Kent at the end of the power play.
And I see Belt warming up. Getting ready to come on, I imagine, probably from the Nacton Road end, just after the power play, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think spin seems to be the way. As soon as that new ball gets a little bit older, as Barnes starts a new over. It's cut away. Gen G is out there on boundary ride and she throws it back into Molly Davis behind the stumps.
Certainly clear to see where Shaw likes it. Very, very strong through that. Cutting it through the offside.
Keep looking over. There are people still filtering in. Decent sized crowd here today as Barnes comes in. Bowls full of delivery, hit on the pads, but that was going down leg. No appeal.
But I prefer that from Barnes. Getting it up there. Hopefully want to grip and turn.
She's enticing that slog sweep, isn't she? Comes in for the third ball of her over. That's up in the air.
Away from the fielders and one bounce forward across the practice pitches. Strong shot that from Alan.
50 up for Derbyshire Falcons. Yeah, it was a good shot that. I think
taking advantage of the power play. That's what you have to do.
As Blondie belts around the Spitfire Ground. It's a 50 partnership up as well from 49 balls. Barnes comes in. Oh, lovely cricket that. Well defended. Good ball. Just would have shaved that bail, middle stump. Well behind it though is Alan. And in comes Barnes again. Cut shot. Straight to the fielder. Grace Poole.
Couple dots. Pile up these pressure, especially in the power play there. Need to get on with it. Perhaps one going in the air now.
In she comes again. Full of delivery. In the air. Dropped. Megan Belt just couldn't get behind that. And she's tried to juggle it into her hands again. And it's just evaded her second dive. That was a chance.
Well, huge chance. And I'm mainly disappointed because I could have claimed the assist. After saying it was going in the air straight to Skipper Belt. Should be disappointed with that one. Bit of an awkward height, but she would have fancied taking that one. The cap's off for Belt as well.
I mean, she's making amends here straight away by bringing herself on.
I like
Fair
this
play.
one, yeah. Just drop one, take the ball. She takes one here. All is forgiven.
Just as she sets her field. Steve Watts there gives her a big welcome.
Yeah.
Cheers there. I think a few of Megan's pupils from Kent College are here today with us, as they were at the oldest rivalry T20 showcase last year. Big cheers for Megan Belt coming on. And let's see what she can do from the Naxton Road end.
Last over the power play. You'd imagine Shaw's going to go after it here. Bring the chances of Kent. Belt coming in for a first delivery. Drifted up. It's been hit high by Shaw. Just over mid-on's head. Thought about two, but it wasn't on. Well fielded there. As I say, chances coming though. I imagine there'll be a few more in this over.
Yeah, that was a difficult chance. Tilly Callahan, it was sort of going over her head as she was running away.
Hardest catch in cricket.
Yeah.
There. But yeah, if I'm these Kent fielders now, I'll be expecting something nearly every ball. Belt coming into Balto Allen for the first time now. Ooh, drifted up there. Allen just looked to dab it into the offside, missed it.
This is good from Belt. She's one of those, she doesn't quite zip it in as much, but it's one of those where they're flat. They're not looping, so you don't really know how you're going to play each one.
Drifted up there. Up in the air again. I think it's going to evade the fielder. Nice and straight. And it looks like that one might run away for four. It's a nice shot there from Allen. How will Belt reply here? They've looked to go straight though to the spin.
Yeah.
If I were her, I'd be thinking to move one out long on or long off, and perhaps bring in the deep cover.
Small little conference there between skipper and vice skipper Coco Streets.
Look at that, Nostradamus over here. As he says, deep cover comes in, long on goes out. Drifted up again. Well bowled, just tapped a short cover. Now with that extra protection. Nice and straight. Two more balls left here in the power play for Derbyshire. Touch short to Dabbed. Going for a quick single. Oh, there was a clean pick up from Barnes there. Could have been on. They've been taking these quick singles though.
A little bit of turn there as well.
Yep. Last ball, the power play coming up. Short to face. And hit out towards that boundary rider at long on, picked up in just the one run. So Derbyshire Falcon finish the power play 60 for 1 after losing that wicket in the first over. I must say they've done very well to bounce back from that, and I'd say even though Kent won't be distraught, probably Derbyshire's power play.
I would say so. Yeah, I think they've played really well after losing that early wicket. They've got themselves in, but they've also kept the scoring rate quite high throughout. Really, there's been no sort of rebuild. It's just right. Let's carry on. Allen and Shaw both into the 20s now.
Although chances have come for Kent, 2 through the slips. Obviously that drop catch from Belt.
That would have been agonising, wouldn't it? It was close.
So now, obviously with 5 allowed outside of the ring, will Belt take up that full quota? There's one deep mid wicket. I believe that's Gordon now heading out to long on, keeping in mid off. From what I can tell, it's still only the 2 out. It's interesting.
Just want to keep that pressure on, don't they?
Yeah.
So Liv Barnes into her 3rd over from the pavilion end.
With this field, one thing she cannot do is pitch short on that offside, especially to Shaw, who likes that cut shot with no protection out there now.
She's in and bowls. There is that cut shot, but stopped well in the field there. Gengier.
Can see the turn.
Yeah, there's definitely something in it for the spinners here. Barnes winds up again. Starts her run up. In bowls. Hit. Bump ball there back to the bowler.
I like that delivery. Near the toes. Cramp Shaw for room because she is just backing away a touch to hit through her favoured offside.
In comes Barn again. Bowls
That
hit. Oh, just over the head of the fielder. That's going to go for 4. Sophie Singer's chasing after it, but can't quite get there. He went over Coco Streets' head in the covers. That's 4 more to the total.
So another strong shot through that area from Shaw. I'm not against them not having the 5 out, but I do think I'd be having one fielder out there.
Let's see how Barnes answers as she comes into bowl. Full down on the legs. That's played well by Shaw there.
Running away.
She's going to get 4 more for that one. It could be leg buys. Joe, straight forward for the bat. That's well played.
Yeah, nice shot that. Barnes kind of going the other way. Drifting a bit too far down leg side, but it was a nice shot there from Shaw, who's raced to 35 or 34 now. She is the one that Kent needs to get on quickly.
In comes Barn, 5th ball of the over. Oh, slightly more of an offside line there. Beats the diving fielder. It's going to be another 4. This is great play from Shaw.
Yeah, very good from Shaw. 3rd boundary on the trot. Really do believe Barnes needs that extra protection.
Almost picks out Ian Scammell, our club photographer there, with the boundary. I think he thought he was in trouble for a minute there.
And it looks like we are now having someone out at deep cover.
In comes Barnes. Full of ball. Sort of dug out from underneath her. Evades the dive of the field, and this is a great over for Derbyshire Falcons. 4 4s in a row.
It's a lovely shot as well. Just to the left of mid-off. She really has taken on that over. Asking Belt a lot of questions here. Does she go more defensive from now on? Potentially will have to.
She is coming on for another over. If you're just joining us this morning, welcome. My name's Liam. I'm joined by Cameron. and you're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream sponsored by Cluberly. It's been a good start here for Derbyshire. 76 for 1 off 11 overs, and Megan Belt is into her second over from the Nacton Road end. She'll be wanting to get that breakthrough now as the fielders go out.
Yeah, 4 out now. Deep cover, long on, cow, and a deep square leg. Belt comes in, drifts out. It's well bowled that. Just tapped straight back to the captain.
I think there's definitely been a shift from aggression to stopping the row of fluns out, and that's because of the over last out by Barnes.
Yeah. Bowled again. Just, well, I'm not really sure what happened there.
I think he went through to Davis.
Yeah, she kind of was in two minds there, the batter, whether to sweep or tap into that leg side. Dot ball. Belt coming in, flighting up there, bowled and hit down to 1 for 1.
I think Belt's just trying to get it in between that bottom edge and toe area, just so the batter can't dig it out and hit it. So this is a good reply from Kent.
Bit flatter that one to shore, tap round the corner. Oh, misfield there. 45. Is that pull there? And they've dashed back for 2. Well run off the misfield. Derbyshire Falcons 79 for 1. Yeah, at this point, need to cut out the errors really. Flat again from Belt. Rocked onto the back foot. Hit strongly away from Shaw. What a start. That is superb fielding. Tremendous. Tremendous work. They come back for 2, but that looked like 4 all day long. You're going to have to tell me who that is, because even though...
Well, you could be mistaken for thinking that's Gordon Banks out there. What a save. Almost like a goalkeeper. I think it's Megan Sturge out there. Let me just have a look.
Coming in, flighted from Belt again. Oh. Was that bump ball or was that a drop? A hard chance if not. She stopped. Runs there to her right hand Belt. People hands on head, so maybe that was a chance, although it was a great stop from Belt there. Dot to finish the over. Yeah, that bit of fielding was absolutely superb.
Turn it, sort of stopping a penalty almost. It was. Let me just wait for her to turn around so we can see from our commentary position.
Oh, waiting. Here we go. No. Oh. She's going to turn just as she goes out of view.
Yeah, Megan Sturge. Yeah. Wow.
Brilliant work. And that saves 2 runs that perhaps were lost through the misfield. So that is good work. Backing up the bowlers there from Kent. We need to see. Oh.
Now, Isabella James is coming on home debut.
Okay. After that over for Barnes, changing it up here, Belt. I do kind of feel it was just a good over though from the batters.
Yeah, you can't fault Derbyshire's innings so far really. After that early wicket, they've rebuilt well.
But good to see an avenue player.
Proactive captaincy as well, not just getting stuck in. Right, you're getting your 5 overs now, then you'll have the others.
5th bowler in the 13th over.
So Isabella James comes in with her leg spin.
That is a lovely start.
She'll be happy with that as a first delivery at the Spitfire Ground.
She's a leggy, yeah. Pitched on, off, turned away, straight to Davis' hands.
Here she comes again then. James. Another full ball. Tempting Allen to come down at her.
It's a nice start, this.
In she comes again. James. Allen waits for it to see if it was going to turn a little bit there and prods it out.
Well fielded again. Backward point. Stopping any runs there. It's a good start this from James.
Yeah, joined us from Cambridgeshire over the winter. Comes in, bowls again. Another good ball.
Yeah. In these middling overs, this is what we need from especially the Kent spinners. Build up the pressure, build up the dots. Chances will come through that.
Yeah, Derbyshire are playing well. They're still scoring at over 6 and over as James comes in. That's up in the air. Fielder underneath it.
Brilliant.
Taken. And there is the breakthrough for Kent women. Isabella James comes on home debut from the pavilion end and gets a wicket with her 5th ball.
That's 2 of the Kent bowlers in their debut in their first over getting a wicket. Mightily deserved that from James. Building that pressure, flighting it up, bit of turn away. Alan going for that big shot, looping it up, and caught by Paul, never debutant.
There you go.
Backward
Super
point.
Kent.
That's exactly what these spinners need to do. Build a few dots. The big shot will then come from the Derbyshire player, and hopefully we will take it.
So here we are, Kent's 2nd wicket. Hello, if you're just joining us on the live stream, sponsored by Cluberly. Do get in touch if you're tuning in today on this sunny day in Canterbury. You can get in touch with us at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. Tell us where you're listening from. Tell us if you've got any questions, any comments, and how you think both Derbyshire and Kent are getting on.
I'm really intrigued by the most exotic place that someone's listening to from.
Yes.
So because some of you guys may be unfortunate enough to recognise the voice from the podcast we do here, I'm always intrigued to where some of the listeners are. We've had some from Papua New Guinea before. Enjoy that.
Do you reckon it was Geraint Jones?
I hope so. Absolute hero.
Kent women coach now, of course, Geraint Jones.
So out has come Nightingale.
Will she be able to nurse a recovery here?
Oh no. Oh no.
I can see the viewers going down.
Again, please come down to the ground. Save yourself from this commentary.
Now, James needs to finish her over here. So the last ball of her first over. In, bowls, looping delivery, cut away. Wicket made and first up.
And was that 4 balls that just went straight to Paul as well?
Yeah.
The game was being played by 3 players there in that over. But
Fantastic.
wicket maiden in her first for Kent. That's the start you want.
That's exactly what you want. That's exactly what Kent needed. Now Kent are back in the game slightly. They've got 2 of the opening bats out.
Still Shaw.
She's still there, yeah.
I think she is the big threat in this Derbyshire lineup. I know there's Captain Darlow to come, but no Pittman in this lineup today. So I think Shaw is the big fish, really.
Yeah, Derbyshire's batter of the year last year, so knows her way around an innings.
Belt coming in for a 3rd over, drifting up. And cut nicely for 1. Oh no, they're going back for the 2nd. Throw coming in. And they get back quite easily. Well run, that takes Shaw to 49. Just 1 away now from her half century. Drifted up. Tapped into the leg side again. That will be Shaw's 50 or 41 deliveries. Superb knock from Shaw. And a good round of applause from the Kent faithful, recognising what's been a very good innings for her team.
Back to back from Shaw. 74 last week against Gloucestershire. 50 not out today. Good player.
Yeah. I think it was just the one that went through slips early on. She hasn't given any chances to the Kent team since then. It's a glorious day.
It's
It's
lovely.
April.
That little
What's
bit of
happening?
haze is burnt off now by the sun, and we're in danger here of cooking slightly in our glass house.
Belt in, first ball to Nightingale. Slapped away straight to mid-wicket and is out. Belt picks up her first. Nightingale goes for a duck. Kent right back in it here.
This is exactly what they wanted, isn't it? Megan Belt, after that misfield, she'd have been kicking herself, and now she's made amends, getting that early wicket in her first spell with the ball in her 3rd over. Derbyshire Falcons 84 for 3 now.
Yeah, interesting shot early on. 2nd delivery, going for an aggressive shot, trying to clear the mid-wicket fielder and hitting it straight to Gordon. Very good. This is exactly what Kent needed to stem the flow of runs.
So that is a wicket by Kent's captain, with the catch taken by Surrey's captain from last year at the game you commentated at, the T20 showcase between Kent and Surrey.
Yes, as I said earlier, I think Gordon is the player I'm most excited to see today with the bat later. She does bowl as well.
Yes.
I wonder if she'll get to throw her arm over, but with the bat, she really did take the game away from us last year, hitting really lovely strong shots. I'm sure she'll look to use the power play. No doubt put the mockers on her now, but hey ho.
We're up to 2 commentator curses, so we're doing quite well. Drinks a run off. Zina Bilal.
I'll be very interested to see what happens to Shaw here. Does she kind of temper herself now with the loss of those 2 quick wickets, or does she keep going the way she was?
She's almost got runs in the bank, as it were. She's
Exactly.
scoring it over a run of balls. So I think she has got a bit
The
of
rate
time.
is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Going at 6s here. Now Ella Porter joins her out to the wicket. I think if you're a Derbyshire fan, you're hoping they just kind of settle down here a little bit. Belt coming in, flighted up, and onto the back foot and just defended away, no run. Fielders now come in, both a mid-on and mid-off are up to the new batter. Very good this from Kent.
Lovely reply to the strong start from Derbyshire.
Belt coming in, tossing it up, tapped onto the leg side. They're going for a quick single again. Shaw is an excellent runner, picking up these quick singles. And that is Porter off the mark. Always good to get off the mark. And now Shaw will be facing up to the last 4. Back slapped away there.
Lovely looking shot.
From Shaw, answering my question on how she's going to play the two quick wickets. Still parrying away. Touch short from Belt, but rocked onto the back foot there. Shaw slapped it away through mid wicket for 4. Derbyshire Falcons are now 89 for 3 off of 14, I believe.
Yeah. You almost don't quite know what to make of this, do you? Obviously, both teams haven't batted on it yet. It's a strong start from Derbyshire. I don't think there's any panic alarms going off for Kent, though. I think they've done well to get those 2 quick wickets, and now they're going to try and get into this middle order of Derbyshire as Isabella James comes on for another over.
Hopefully she can replicate that first. Absolutely superb. Not just the wicket, though, but the control from a leggy as well on debut. Really, really good.
Another one of the successful trialists we had at Beckenham in the winter, Isabella James. Good to see her making her first home appearance for the horses. And then she comes. Bowls looping, full of delivery.
Lovely. Turn as well again.
A lot of time. I don't think Porter quite judged that amount of turn would be coming.
Rock back onto the back foot and pat it back.
And she comes again. Another looping delivery, just misses the edge. Good hands from Molly Davis. This is great pressure from Isabella James.
As first 8 balls for a new team goes, this has been a superb start for James.
In she comes again. Bowls, another looping delivery. Look at that turn.
Turn and bounce, and good hands again from Davis.
She is bowling into the slope here, so she is going to get that little bit of extra help. But at the end of the day, she's using it to her advantage at the minute. Here she comes, 4th ball of the over. A little bit flatter that one. Fielded again, still no run off the bowling of Isabella James.
And again, building this pressure. No panic though from Derbyshire at the moment.
Here comes James. Bowls. Another full ball. They're going for a quick single here.
Oh.
Good throw in.
Launch at her ankles there.
From Tilly Callahan. I
Yeah.
think she was aiming for the cameras, the run out there.
Yeah. First runner off James.
You hate to see it.
I do, yeah.
As James comes in to complete her over. Another flatter delivery there. Picks out the fielder. Another great over from Isabella James.
Yeah, superb start. Kent career there from James. Just what Kent needed here. Pulling back that rate. Derbyshire Falcons 90 for 3 off of 15 now. Might be a bit simple to say, but it does seem a lot of... If this Derbyshire team is going to get up to a big total, a lot of that will be off the bat of Shaw. And Kent will probably know that. They know they should be reminding her. A lot of pressure on her now.
I'm sure Molly Davis will have some words.
Belt back in. Porter's rocked back onto that back foot. almost sneaking through, but has tapped it. That's the dot ball. Good, this from Kent, squeezing in here. The fielders coming ever closer. Belt comes in for a second delivery. Lovely bit of drift. And tapped to short mid-wicket. Gordon quickly in. Oh. Davis, we haven't worked. Fizzed it, yeah.
Good intent in the field, though. They've kept the energy up despite those few setbacks.
Belt coming in. Flat delivery. Rocking to the back foot here. Porter turns it round the corner for one.
Well fielded. Grace Poole there.
And it brings Shaw back on strike. And yes, and that also then sees deep cover go out and long on. Bell just getting her field right here. Bit of flight. And tapped. Again, timed really nicely out there. Deep cover for one for sure. Keeps going along a merry way. Strike rate of 125. Could only dream of such a thing. Belt coming in. It's Porter again. Have a bit of flight. Bowled. Good cricket all round. Defensive stroke there. Dot ball.
Had some correspondence in that live stream at kentcricket.co.uk.
Here we go.
I'll get into that after the free hit.
Oh, gone for the reverse sweep. Made connection, well fielded there from Barnes. Would have raced before otherwise, and one run.
So hello to Gareth, who's listening in, tuning in from Scotland to cheer on Kent Women today. There's a couple more after this delivery.
Flies it up here to Shaw. Hit it down to long on.
Just bounces before.
Just bounces before. Could she attack that, do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Save the boundary. Yeah.
The sun is over that way.
But another pretty tidy over. The no ball, I missed that. Was that a front foot no ball from Bell?
Let's have a look.
If so, that's criminal as a spinner.
Just looking on the live replay. Oh, yeah.
Front foot.
Front foot.
Oh, my goodness.
That heel was up slightly.
Although I'm intrigued by how the ump could see that. But better eyesight than me.
Here comes James then. Third over. Lovely delivery again. This time she beats Grace Poole, does Laura Shaw. Coming back for a second. Molly Davis. No real appeal there, but good hands again from the Kent wicket keeper.
Yeah, but good running again from Shaw. You'd imagine she's going to get tired at some point, aren't they?
I would be.
Oh.
I'd be knackered by now.
Yes, if it's the same weather tomorrow, I could be in trouble for my first game of the season. No quick singles for me.
How will James reply as she comes in for a second ball of the over?
Clatter.
Just over the diving arm of Megan Bell. And 4 more to the total. 100 up for Derbyshire Falcons women.
Yeah. Perhaps the wickets are a little bit of concern to them, but the run rate has been superb. Bringing up their 100 runs in 16.2 overs.
Yes, hello as well to Rachel from Ilkeston, a Derby supporter, tuning in.
Just turning away there from backward point. Probably another 2 here for sure. It is. I'm sure the viewer from Derbyshire will be happy with this.
Very good. Sure. That's one for you.
Thank you.
Will Lara raid some more runs?
Oh, no.
Thank you very much.
But Scotland, that is... I'd say that's our most exotic so far.
Yeah.
Using her feet.
Oh! Now, that would have been a highlight reel of highlight reels. Absolute spinner-rooney there.
Smash back at her. Oh, don't show the pain. Save probably 4. Shaw has smashed that straight back at her. Dropped, but I'm not casting that as a chance. Oh, yeah, bring the hand.
Yeah, give it a shake.
Get the magic bucket out.
In comes James again then. Good foot movement from Shaw. She really has got her eye in now.
She definitely is the one Kent need quickly.
In she comes, hit away, goes under the fielder. Good dive though to try and stop that.
He's got a hand on that there, yeah.
Yeah, Sophie Singer comes in to tidy up.
Oh, great arm. From the deep, hitting the stumps. That's the end of the over, I believe. Derbyshire Falcons, 104 for 3.
We're going to have a guest.
Oh, thank goodness.
Operational things get in the way of commentary sometimes, Cameron. And we may be having a guest in a few minutes.
Oh. I got very excited there. Well, Belk is staying on here. Coming to a 5th over.
I mean, there's no reason to take herself off at this point, is there?
No. But still a long way to go in this innings. I'm sure she'll be needed towards that back end. Belt coming in to Shaw. And she's got the big wicket. Was that stumped? That is the huge breakthrough of Shaw. Belt's got it. Skipper Belt has got it. Stumped by Davis.
Look at that. Absolute worldie of a stump in.
My co-commentator Davis as well.
Yes, Molly Davis commentated on the stream here last year. Took time out from the game from 2019. She's back. She's making her second home debut here today, and she's now got a stump into her name.
Well, you know, I don't like to take credit for things. However, I am still waiting for my agent's fee after spending half of the live stream last year trying to convince her to come back. But I must say, what a wonderful innings that from Shaw. Rightfully getting applauded by the Kent faithful.
Yeah, there's loads of members here now in the Cheeseman Pavilion. Great to see them coming out to support the women's team today, and they've just been treated to a fantastic bit of wicket keeping there from Molly Davis.
Yeah. Good bit of bowling that from the skipper as well, drifting it up there. That really was the big wicket. And now Derbyshire 104 for 4. The wickets will be their concern here, with skipper Darlow coming in. Oh, and the umpires are checking the bat. I've been seeing this in the IPL.
Yes, they also checked it quite a bit in the 2 championship games that have been here so far this year as well for the men. So it must be something that worldwide they're clamping down on slightly.
Don't really understand why they don't just get it checked before they enter the pitch, but
yeah,
it is what it is. Especially because the amount of bats I saw in, say, yesterday's IPL game, where they got to the middle and then it was too big. Why would you just not check that before you get out there? Anyway, Bell coming in to skip a Darlow. Captains against each other. Well, good start. Darlow just tapping it there to point. No run. Pressure will be building on these 2 batters here. It's a time for them just to soak it up a little bit. Belt coming back in. Nice bit of flight.
Good, well bowled.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the period of the game for Kent now to really get on top. Flighted up and defended again.
They've just dipped under 6 and over scoring rate for the first time.
I think we could see that drop even more, to be honest. Oh! Was that a drop? Was that a drop by Davis?
I think it hit her knee just couldn't quite get the hands down there in time. I think she was.
And even worse than the drop is that Davis thought it was the end of the over. We all know that feeling. No, one more ball left. Porter on strike. Go to the reverse. Played nicely. Barnes chasing it down. It's about to go over the practice wickets. Well chased. Oh, quick.
The batters nearly ran into each other on the way back there.
And they come back for 2 there. Well played. Reverse sweep there from Porter.
Now Molly can go down.
Now, yes. Now is the end of the over. If that was a drop chance, very difficult one with the off spinner turning it in and outside edge. You're not expecting that as the keeper. Your hands going one way.
No. I think she almost had her hands expecting it to come off higher from the edge. It sort of kept a little bit low as it came off the bat. So hard lines there for Molly Davis.
James to continue here from the pavilion end.
Now she's into her 4th over. She's only conceded 1 run so far. Oh no, sorry, 10.
I was going to say that.
Can't read the scoreboard. Here she comes. Well defended by Darlow.
Nicely bowled though.
Darlow, the skipper, of course, for Derbyshire. This is her first year as captain, we believe. Megan Pittman, who isn't playing today, has been the captain for the Derbyshire side before. It's a good shot there from Darlow. Nice little sweep for 1, well fielded by Tilly Callaghan. Yeah, Darlow's out in the middle. Named Derbyshire captain in the off-season. As James comes in. Bowls, nice loopy delivery, met well fielded. She gave an interview to the Derbyshire cricket website, basically saying how much of a privilege it was to captain Derbyshire Falcons going into the first series of Women's League 2 cricket this year. And here comes James.
That's well played.
Just goes underneath the diving fielder, but
superb
well stopped
fielding
on the boundary. Fantastic.
That's brilliant work out there.
Definitely stopped 4 there.
Yeah, excellent work. Nice shot though.
We even got name checked in her interview as Derbyshire captain, the unveiling of her as Derbyshire captain. She said, as James comes in, bowls.
Ooh.
Close.
Yeah.
She said it would be a very good experience for her to travel down to Kent.
See, I thought you meant she'd name check Cameron and Liam. I was ready for that.
Not quite. As James comes in, bowls. Well
Again,
defended
great
again.
control from James. Turn and bounce, but no loose deliveries here. Piling on this pressure for Derbyshire.
End of the over. And I'm delighted to say we have got our first guest.
Wonderful.
Now, Cameron, if you'd like to make way for
thank goodness,
a little bit.
Absolutely.
You can enjoy the sunshine a bit more. We are going to be joined very shortly by Kent Women's Laura Bailey. Hello.
Oh, Cameron had a bigger head than I do.
It's funny because he said that about how he put them on when he first put them on, so here we are.
This has been quite an exciting game, hasn't it, so far?
Yes. Let's Megan Belt now into her next over. Bowls. Well defended. So how have you found it?
Yeah, I mean, what a day for it. Beautiful weather. It's definitely a spinner's pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, same pitch as the men's game here last week, so making the most of it, our Kent spinners. As Belt comes in. A little bit fuller. One bounce to the fielder. Stopped there. Grace Paul tidies it up, throws it back into Molly Davis.
Yeah, there's been some really good fielding in the inner ring, hasn't there? Put lots of pressure on. Got to work hard for their runs.
Yeah, we were just saying how nice it would have been to get rid of Lara Shaw. She was looking good out there as Belt comes in. Reverse tried.
Ooh. She's actually done quite well to get that fine.
Yeah, good shot that from Porter.
Good shot. Quite high risk shot, but it's obviously paid off. So, but it's a good sign for Kent because they're obviously feeling like they're having to bring those shots out the woodworks to get those runs. So let's keep applying the pressure.
Derbyshire up to 115 for 4 in the 20th over. As in comes skipper Megan Belt. Another looping delivery there. defended into the offside, sorry. Molly Davis takes the ball.
It's very tempting, those, isn't it?
Yeah, we've seen a couple that have just floated up. Usually Megan's quite flat, isn't she, when she bowls it? But there's been a couple there. Try and get that edge as she comes in again.
Yeah, she's obviously spinning it a lot. Oh, well fielded. Down at 45.
Grace Poole there with a lover. Good stop. She's done well in the field today.
She's quite tall to have to get down. She does well. She does well.
In comes Megan Belt then, last ball of the over. Hit out, well fielded, Sophie Singer. Ends the over. So,
Yeah, great over.
nice of you to join us, Laura.
Well, do you know what? I thought the sun was shining in Canterbury. Why not? First game at home.
So,
Yeah.
obviously you're one of our new cohort for this year,
Yeah.
but you've actually played for us before, haven't you?
Yeah, I had a little debut. I think it was 2022. Battle of the Bridge. What a game to come into. And yeah, I got loaned from Berkshire, actually. I was playing for Berkshire at the time. And I think you guys needed a leggy, as every team does.
Of course.
Or
yeah.
a couple. And this is JMO, isn't it? JMO's another
Yes.
fellow leggy. Excellent bowler.
In she comes then. First ball of our next over. Defended well there by Porter.
Really tight line there, isn't it? Nice and straight. Yeah, so I came and played, and I absolutely loved the vibe. It was really, really great. Fantastic.
A few of the players that are playing today were in that team, were they? As she comes in.
Oh, that's
It's
I
a
reckon
big
that's
appeal.
out.
Not give it. Almost hand went into the pocket there from the
Oh.
umpire. Almost.
Must have been a bit of bat on that then.
Potentially, yeah.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, I'm trying to think who was playing. Maybe Sturge
Yeah,
was
maybe
playing.
Sturge.
Yeah.
As James comes in again.
Oh,
Finds a little bit of a thick edge into the onside.
promising signs.
Yeah, she's bowled very well as Isabella James.
She really has.
So now you're back.
So now I'm back, and I've enjoyed the winter training.
As James comes in again. Bowls, looping delivery. Tries to get the sweep shot out there, but Tilly Callahan tidies it up.
Yeah, nicely round. Yeah, so it's been a fantastic winter training. You know, worked really, really hard. Enjoying watching the girls. It's looking a lot kind of more promising than last week, so that's good. I feel like the pitch was to blame a bit last week. It was doing a lot.
Yes, it was doing a lot. As James comes in again. Little bit
Slightly
of turn.
flatter, wasn't it?
Just goes through the diving fielder there, tidied up on the boundary. So what's it been like working with James Hockley then as our head coach?
Yeah, I feel like Hockers, as we like to call him, or Iceman. He's very chilled. It's been a really nice environment.
James comes in again.
Oh,
Goes through, loops it over. There's not much Porter could have done about that.
Yeah, it's been a great environment. I've, really positive, really good communication. I think considering we're a team that's kind of been brought together from multiple teams previously because the tier restructure, we're very tight-knit and bonded, which I think is incredibly difficult to achieve in such a short amount of time.
So who have you met as part of this new squad that you hadn't met before? And
Oh, there are loads of people actually. Obviously, I've played against a couple of people, Essex players like Tilly and Grace. Oh, is it? Oh, it's Megan. She's coming round the wicket. Okay.
do you want to take this over?
No. So Meg's coming into bowl round the wicket. Oh, that's a lovely length. Little bit of flight there. She's forward defence that into extra. No run.
So how have you found winter training, if you can say it, around deliveries?
Megan's coming into bowl round the wicket again. Okay, nice sweep, but it's picked up at 45. Is there a run out? No. Almost. So winter, really intense. The intensity's been really good. We've had great access to facilities. Been to obviously the Spitfire Ground a couple of times. Megan's coming around the wicket again, bowling. Lovely flight delivery. Tiny bit of turn, a shout, but I think she's hit that, and that's picked up by Grace. No run. Pressure is building.
Yeah, that run rate has gone down quite considerably from where we were a few overs ago.
I'm wondering if a reverse's coming out. Megan coming into bowl around the wicket again. No, another sweep. Oh, excellently stopped by Grace down there. Dive, but unfortunately it's just It's just been pushed out deep, and that's 1 run. But yeah, no, I've really enjoyed it. I look forward to it every week. Training, seeing the girls. Megan coming, a little bit of a full start there. Megan coming into bowl around the wicket. Oh, lovely flight. There's an LBW. Oh,
Slightly woody.
yeah. It's hard to hear, isn't it, with these headphones on?
It is, yeah. We did try an effects mic, but it's not quite sensitive enough, so apologies for that, everyone that's listening. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, sponsored by Cluberly. Liam Knight here with Laura Bailey, Kent Women leg spinner.
Yeah, I remember playing at this ground last year, actually. I was playing for Surrey versus Kent.
Of course.
Oh, round the wicket, Meg. Oh, there's a top edge. It's just flown past Molly. Couldn't really do much about that. It's getting picked up by Grace behind the wicket, thrown in. Just scamper through for a single there.
That could have hurt Molly's shoulder.
I think, yeah.
If that had made a connection.
Yeah, she's been great behind the stumps.
Yeah, good stumping
Really
earlier.
tidy, yeah. But obviously, yeah, played here, thought, I think I'm going to try Kent.
Fair enough.
It's a beautiful ground as well. Yeah, really nice. So, yeah, came over, and winter's been amazing.
Just seeing a few more people filter in through the Kennedy gates. There's people in every stand now, which is good to see.
Yeah,
Lots
that's
of members up
fantastic.
here.
I do feel as well like, it's a beautiful day, cricket. So we've got Jamie, haven't we?
Yes, Isabella James coming in from the pavilion end. Reverse sweep coming out. Hit on the pads there, maybe. No appeal, though. It was definitely going down the leg side.
It's a shame because that one didn't quite grip and turn as her others. So it could have been a good shout there for LBW if it had.
Yeah, she's using the slope well here as she comes in for the second ball of her over. A bit of a loopy delivery here.
Oh,
Hit into the pads of Porter.
we
and she
just need a bit of
survives.
luck to go our way. Bottom edge onto the stumps.
Yeah, I think both teams have. There's been good cricket all round really
Yeah.
so far. As James comes in again, bowls. He's off the hip almost of Porter. Takes a quick single.
I think Tilly almost clambered into the umpire there.
There's a few words being exchanged.
This is shaping up to be a good start.
Into her 6th over now is Isabella James. She comes in, bowls. Well behind it is Darlow. So have you played against any of the Derbyshire players before?
So I actually, I haven't, but I have trained with a couple of them. They got some really decent bowlers that I'm aware of. Obviously, better we saw Shaw. Oh,
Hit on the pads there. Must have been
must
bat
have been
involved.
bad. Oh, almost a run out there.
Good work from Amy Gordon behind the stumps.
Oh, there's been a few close peels there.
I was saying to Cameron earlier, we've only had 3 commentators' curses so far. So we're doing quite well as James comes in to complete her over. Hit away by Porter, well fielded.
It's a fantastic start. Yeah, so I've played, I trained with Rhiannon Nolan Davies. So really nice seam bowler. So it'd be good to see her bowl. And I think that's it from the lineup actually.
Obviously, all the teams are in the same position as us, where there's a lot of shake-ups of squads, some new faces around the whole county circuit, really.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see which counties people go to and the dynamics of that.
As in comes Megan Belt. Bowls well behind it is Darlow.
She quite often does this tactic of coming around the wicket, doesn't she? It works pretty well.
Yeah, she's got some success from going over. As she comes in again.
I guess you get that lovely drift across, and then because she does turn it so sharply, kind of hoping for either through the gate or...
There's definitely a plan for each batter as she comes in again.
Catch
Floating
it.
delivery. Just goes over the head of Callaghan. Cries of catching it in the commentary box, but just evades the fielder.
To be fair, that was quite a nice stroke, wasn't it?
Lovely
Yeah.
looking shot from where we're stood. We're stood right behind where, as you are looking at on the live stream now, we are behind where Molly Davis is stood behind the stumps. We're looking right down
The barrel.
The barrel, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that was lovely, well lofted over mid-on.
As in comes Belt. Oh, straying onto that leg side line.
No.
Only quick single available there for Derbyshire.
I guess that's the only risk from coming from that angle, is that it kind of opens up that slog.
As in she comes again. Belt to Porter.
She almost cramped her up there.
Played off quick single, well fielded. Grace Poole again. It's like the ball's velcroed to her.
I don't think I've ever said Grace's name so many times in my life. She's everywhere.
It's been a good fielding performance from Kent. Just that one misfield, the drop catch from Megan Belt, who's in again and bolts. Well played. Has bumped up. That might have given her another shiner.
Oh, no. Oh, goodness.
There was an incident, for those that are listening, in the nets in pre-season where a stray delivery hit Megan, and just before she was meant to go on holiday, nice little bruise, and then her boyfriend bent the knee.
I know. I think he waited for the bruise to go, to be fair. Because I reckon, because he did it a little bit later in the holiday, and I think she was pretty devastated that obviously she's going on holiday and she's got this massive bruise on her chin. So he did the right thing and waited.
Yeah, well done, James.
So we've got JMO coming in again. Is this her 7th over?
Yeah, Isabella James.
Economy is great. 2.7.
You'd almost want to bowl her out here.
Yeah,
get
keep
all
the
these
pressure.
overs in. Yeah, get the pressure on. As in she comes. Bowls. Oh, absolutely cut up the batter there.
Almost a googly there. Just drifted in.
Just goes through everything, really, over the top of the stumps.
It's the life of a leg spinner.
Yeah.
You get edged for 4.
Yeah.
And then when you bowl full toss, it normally gets dispatched.
How will she reply? In comes James. Bowls more on the offside here. It's turned in again. And that has been dabbed down almost past the stumps by Darlow. Great spell of bowling this.
Really nice. Yeah, I remember when I was first learning leg spin, I had a case of what we call the googly blues. Jama coming in again.
Here she is then. Floats it onto that leg side line. That's turned again.
Yeah, so basically for about 2 months, all I could do was bowl a googly. And I had to sort out my whole wrist. It's a very complex thing, leg spin.
Right.
And then now I can't. I'm really struggling to bowl a googly because all I can bowl is leg spin.
My wrists weren't built for spin.
Yeah.
I'll give you some left arm slow. I've forgotten what hand I had then.
I mean, left arm's very effective.
Not when I'm bowling.
Oh, okay.
As in comes James. A bit wider there. A bit less turn. Maybe a bit of a top spin there.
Picked up nicely in the deep. Is that Genevieve?
Yes.
Yeah. She's an absolute gun for 16 years old.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, she was our player of the year last year, which as a 15-year-old, which is unreal, really. It was a younger team last year, but she was just that standout performer as James comes in again and bowls. Dabbed out into the offside. So Genji basically won a game by herself last year against Middlesex at Polo Farm. Top score with a bat and took fifer.
Wow.
So, handy player. I think she's on the academy books at Surrey as well. As in comes James.
Oh, dive.
Just bobbles over the field from Callaghan.
I think Tilly's got something on that, though, and slowed it down.
Yeah, definitely stopped a boundary there.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed actually bowling to Jen in the nets because, you know, she is such a class batter that it makes you think, and actually goes the same for all the batters. Like, you're more challenged, aren't you, when you're playing against better players?
So we're at the halfway stage now of Derbyshire's innings. 1-3-6 for 4. You're listening to Liam and Laura Bailey. Kent Women leg spinner on the Kent Cricket live stream, sponsored by Cluberly.
Yeah, now the sound's fixed. It's a lot better.
Yeah, I don't know what was wrong with that. Apologies again to everyone that tried to hear us and we sounded like Daleks earlier.
I was like, is it my headphones? No, but it's crisp now. It's lovely.
Good, we spent enough on it.
No. The girls, Elsa and Zena, have done such a great job actually at running on drinks and the helmet. They've been running around like crazy. clocking those miles.
Yeah, definitely getting to get their steps in today.
Yeah, good support team.
Tilly Callahan just goes off for a second there during the drinks break.
Maybe just to grab some Haribos or something. Bit of sugar.
Or maybe a little karaoke sesh.
I know.
She loves to do.
Oh, so I've been trying to recruit some of the Kent girls because tomorrow we've only got 8 for our game because everyone's running the London Marathon.
Oh, I see.
It's very annoying.
Yeah, that is quite annoying when people feel like they can run 26 miles.
I mean, what an amazing achievement though when you've done that.
Maybe one day for me.
Yeah, I just keep telling myself one day. When cricket's over and I can put some energy into that, we'll see.
We've just passed midday here, and halfway through Derbyshire's innings, they're 136 for 4. Drinks, breaks, few players leaving the field, maybe for some sweets, as Laura's alluded to. The batters are out there taking a knee, getting some fluids on. It's a hot day out there, isn't it?
It is. Do you know what? When you're sitting in the stands, it really gets hot. But rather that than freezing.
Exactly.
You just got to make sure you put your sun cream on.
At one point last week, the forecast wasn't looking as great, and we were all dreading it a little bit. But I think it was Monday, suddenly, sunshine, 18 degrees. You love to see it, especially in here with our glass-fronted commentary
Sweating.
box.
To be fair, it feels hotter than 18. If I'd say it feels like 24, 25 in the stands, yeah. The thing is, though, we've got quite lucky because usually what happens is it's beautiful kind of Easter, and then it just starts raining, doesn't it? And then all the first games get cancelled. So we've done well. We have done well.
Yeah, there's even more people are starting to come in through the ground. Great to see you all coming down. I know probably because you're sick of the sound of me and Cameron on the live stream. Laura's come to sort of break that up a little bit.
I was going to say, so what do you think is a par score?
We were saying this earlier before we went on air. We're not too sure because it's a used wicket.
Yeah.
It's quite central in the strips here available here at the Spitfire Ground, so the boundaries are quite long. 230, 240.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd hope that Derbyshire would get above that now.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on the wickets, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How many wickets are taken. I think as well, you've got to remember that, the batting power that Kent have, especially high up, if they get going, the wicket is fast if you hit it straight or down the hill. I think Derbyshire probably are wanting, at least 250 to feel comfortable, I reckon, if I was Derbyshire.
Yeah, they also have some spin options in their side as well, so they'll be looking at this and thinking, let's get out there with the ball.
Yeah, that's very true.
So the players return from their drinks break.
So do you think they're going to mix up the bowling now? Or?
I'm not sure. I think it looks like there may be a change, although Megan Belt is walking over to the next road end.
I think if it's working... Yeah, Megan's taking a cap off.
Yeah, fair play. So this will be Megan Belt's 9th over on the spin, as it were.
She's throwing everything at this partnership, isn't she?
Yeah, this is another nice little partnership for Derbyshire after 2 quick wickets. Skipper Darlow on 12, Porter on 21.
I'm just thinking about, we have obviously Liv Barnes, spin option. Sturge bowls leg spin.
Yeah.
So does Sophie Singer. So we've got some really good options. Oh, Gordo as well.
Yeah, hasn't bowled yet. As Megan Belt comes in for a new over. Hit into the onside there by Darlow. Fielded on the boundary. They thought about 2 there, but they left it at a single.
Great throw. Is that Tilly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Backed up by Sturge.
Right in front of Ian Scammell, the club photographer. I'm sure she'll be asking him for some photos.
Ooh.
In comes Belt again. Didn't really control that one, Porter.
No. Again, very high risk shot against the spin. Meg does grip it.
Yeah, Belt's done well here to get the scoring rate down under 6 and over. She comes in again, bowls. Cut out to Sophie Singer. Fizzed it in.
Molly had to.
I'm sure Molly will be having words about that.
Molly should keep a record so she can find people.
In comes Belt again. 9th over. Swept round the corner there. There's a chase on for the boundary. That's well stopped by Grace Poole again.
Kept to 1. Fantastic. Yeah, it's looking like there's not many gaps.
No, not at all. It's different to last week where batters are playing a bit more straighter and there's less aggression at times, but there's still that sort of, there's those 1s and 2s that are building up. We've not seen really many boundaries in the last.
There's not many 2s either.
As Belt comes in, defended into the onside.
What I like as well, they've got that big gap through kind of cow and straight, so it's almost tempting the batter into coming down.
Now Ian Scamley stood right in cow corner. He could be in the firing line if they go for one here as Belt comes in. Hit into that area, but thankfully along the ground. Tilly Callahan loses her hat as she feels the ball.
Hat and sunglasses. I have that problem, you know. I have such a small head. I get called pea head, right? I have such a small head that no caps fit me.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter how much you try and Velcro it. And so whenever I run, my hat just flies off.
Nah, that's not great, is it?
No, it's not ideal.
That'll make Cameron feel slightly better about his headphone size as when he comes back on in a minute.
I mean, it does feel pretty good.
Now, Isabella James is continuing from the pavilion end.
Still got 3 overs left of her. She's really good.
Yeah, now, would you keep her or bowl her out as she comes in?
It's hard, isn't it? Because personally, as a leggy,
Cut into point.
Personally, as a leggy, there's something to be said about getting into that rhythm and just keep going.
Yeah, I suppose it's different from a pace bowler, isn't it? You can sort of save up overs from pace bowlers, almost give them a little bit of a break as James comes in, leg spin. Hit on the pads, but not really any appeal from any Kent fielders. Amy Gordon's looking up to the heavens saying that was close.
That's from mid-wicket. It's like when you peel from square leg.
Yes. And then comes James again. Bowls. A little bit of turn there. Pulled into the onside from Darlow. Can't quite see the field from where we're sat here, but thrown back in. No boundary from that delivery.
Yeah, so I personally prefer to bowl through as much as possible. But every bowler's different.
I suppose, like you say, you get into a rhythm, don't you? So you know exactly where you need to put it, and you can just get through them. James comes in, bowls slightly more into stump line
well
there,
fielded.
4th stump line, well fielded.
Coco
Streets, the vice captain. Real name's Georgia.
Yeah, I know.
None of us knew that till about 2 months ago.
I know. She just came out with it. We thought, what? She's fantastic in that area. That is just her spot.
Yeah, she leans in, backs up now. As James bowls again. That's hit straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Darlow. They almost needed that Derbyshire to release the pressure a little bit. James has been hit for a boundary. And the Falcons are up to 145 for 4 in the 27th over.
I'm thinking we probably need to break this partnership soon.
Yeah, it's almost like the partnership that we had earlier on. You don't want to get all doom and gloom, but you almost start thinking, where's this wicket going to come from as James comes in again? Slight hint of turn.
What we're not seeing that we saw earlier was kind of those full shots in the air, which from a Derbyshire perspective probably is a little bit relieving, and they're kind of building a partnership, but obviously less likely to get that wicket.
Yeah, that partnership between Allen and Shaw was worth 80 runs.
That's decent, isn't it?
So these two have now put on 41, 41. I can't do maths. Good job I don't work in cricket. They just want to get the breakthrough here.
Maybe it is a case of just switching it up. Maybe they're getting a bit more too comfortable.
Well, this is Megan Bout's last over as she comes in. Hit back to the bowler. Yeah, I think obviously after this you need to change the bowler at that end, but then do you keep it at spin or do you go back to a bit of seam?
Yeah, probably a bit of seam, I reckon.
As Megan Bout comes in again, dabbed into the onside.
Yeah. They're getting a measure of the wicket, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. Now, if you were the captain, would you have bowled first?
Do you know what? Based on last week's game, I think yes. I think, obviously, as well, we followed the county championship.
Just misses the edge there. Porter sort of came down at it and the ball wasn't there where she thought it was going to be. Davis with a good take behind the stumps.
I think you can get a lot of confidence from Meg's just coming in.
Looping delivery, hit straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I think if you do a really good fielding performance, you get those wickets, you get a pretty chaseable target. I think it puts that confidence back into Kent, rather than kind of going in with the fresh memory of last week, I think.
As in comes Belt, 5th ball of the over.
Oh, outside edge.
Yeah, there was a thick edge there. Tidied up by Liv Barnes. Teapots it slightly after that. Not quite sure what went on there.
It got to its intended target in the end.
In comes Belt, completes the over. Hit back to her, just goes under her. There'll only be a single there. And at the end of the over, the Falcons are 147 for 4.
Well bowled, Meg.
So Megan Belt finishes with figures of 2 for 48 from her 10 overs. So she's done well to control that middle order.
And who? Yep, JMO back from the other end.
Yes. Gets a tap on the back from her captain as she heads into her 9th over.
Keeping an eye on who Meg's asking to bowl next. Looks like she... Oh, I'm not sure actually. Right,
For now, it's James from the pavilion end. Comes in past the umpire. A little bit of a flatter one from her and popped up a little bit on Darlow there.
She was ready to get back and cut and
Yeah.
thought, better of it.
Yeah, it sort of kept low a little bit. James can get some good turn on this wicket as she comes in again. Bowls. Tries to get pulled out.
Hurries the batter a little bit.
Yeah, comes in, fields off her own bowling. Another dot ball.
Hopefully her hand stopped sticking from that stop earlier.
Yeah, that looked painful as she comes in again. Bowls. That's nicely sort of guided down for the quick single. This is what Derbyshire will need to do against James, I think. Try and get any run when they can, even if it is a single, because that pressure is still building. We're nearing 5 and over at the run rate now.
Yeah.
It was at points, it was over 8, so James has done well. She bowls again and almost outfoxes Porter.
Not really sure what happened there.
She sort of tried to go on the back foot and then at the last minute thought, no, I'm going to defend this. Comes down on it. Thankfully for the Derbyshire batter, no harm done. As in comes James again. A looping delivery on the front foot played out by Porter. Straight to Megan Belt.
First time we've kind of seen the foot movement coming forward actually. A lot of it's been trying to play it back. Maybe a bit of frustration.
In comes James for the last ball of her over. Reverse almost tried. Appeal given.
Oh, okay.
James has her second wicket.
Lovely.
Porter tried to reverse sweep that and has been given out LBW for 24. Derbyshire now 148 for 5 at the Spitfire Ground.
Do you know what we talked about that pressure building, using your feet? Obviously thought about doing the reverse to try and get some runs.
Yeah, this is another big breakthrough for Kent. Now, I'm trying to work out what song has been chosen for that wicket. Alex Brunetti Leach on the music today. He has got some bangers.
Yeah, I've been enjoying them.
Yeah, we've spent quite a lot of them this week. Trying to get the right songs. Lots of horse-related songs. Lots of William Tell is in there at some point, but he hasn't dared play that yet. We've got Katy Perry. We've got Dark Horse. We've got obviously the anthem, Scissor Sisters, Only the Horses. But yeah, so we're 29 overs in, and Derbyshire are 148 for 5. As Laura, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me. That
No
was really
worries.
good fun.
We'll let you go now. Cameron with his slightly larger head, apparently. We'll put the headphones back on.
I've got words now.
Hello again, Cameron.
He's back. I apologise, everyone.
Have you been enjoying the sun?
It's been great. I've been out mingling with the fans, speaking to Mr. Rich Durant as well.
Oh, lovely.
Coach here, saying how well the girls are doing, especially those who are on their making their debut in front of the Kent fans here. So you are the man to talk about who to get the tunes on, is it? How do I get Will Young being played? This is all I want.
Amy Gordon's into bowl.
Okay.
Is it Amy Gordon?
It
Yes,
is,
it is
yeah.
Amy Gordon from the Naxton Road end. We can have a conversation off air if you like.
Thank you. I won't let it drop. So Nolan Davies is now coming to bat. Good wicket to get there. They were building a nice little partnership.
I mean, James has bowled really well. 2 for 28 off 9 overs so
Superb,
far.
yeah. Gordon with her offies. Bit flatter than Belt. But again, a new player for us to have a look at. We mentioned earlier, obviously, how much I'm looking forward to seeing her with the bat, but also the ball. Is that the shades on the head as well?
Yeah.
Oh. Almost a kerfuffle there in the middle with the running.
So
Sending Skipper Darlow back. No run.
there's not much time for us to talk between these deliveries, as Gordon likes to get on with it.
I like it. Bowled again. Nice and full. No run. Good start this from Gordon. This run rate is now just dropped to 5. Shot. Lovely shot through the covers.
3 chasing after it.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have the legs to go, but that's 2 runs for Nolan Davies, and she's off the mark. That was a lovely controlled shot through the covers there, and that's 150 up for Derbyshire. Just before the 30th over. They're doing well, to be fair. It's just those wickets.
Yeah.
We had quite a few LBW shouts while I was away. I gave all of them.
Couple were woody with it, we thought.
They were woody.
Laura and I. Now that.
Still out. Good bit of fielding there, slapped
Yeah.
out. To Singer there, cover, and no run.
So will Isabella James get her last over in? Looks like she's the cap's coming off. Yeah, so Isabella James is going to bowl her last of her 10 allotted overs.
What a start. Again, one over left to go, but I think it's pretty fair to say, regardless of what happens now, she should be very happy with her first day's work here.
Yeah, lovely way to introduce yourself to the Kent crowd,
Yeah.
which is still building.
Yes, Mr. Durant believes that more will be coming in from around 12:30. He's got inside information.
So here's Isabella James from the pavilion end. Last over of her spell. Bowls in, cut away by Darlow. No run.
Darlow's playing really good skipper's knock here. Came in on a bit of pressure, soaking it up, knocking it round.
Yeah, she'll need to be that glue now, won't she, that keeps it all together. As James comes in, flat batted. Another stinger for the hands of Isabella James. She had one earlier. She's smiling about it. But I think that one's hurt her again. As in she comes, bowls, looping delivery, for sort of that 5th stump length, just dabbed down by Darlow.
Nice shot.
But this is what Darlow's been able to do. She's been trying to get those singles. She's not trying to hit it too hard. She's just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking over.
She's doing a good job of it, to be fair. And she'll be best aware of what is to come for Derbyshire, and that she probably needs to stay in there till the end.
As James comes in, bowls another loop in fuller delivery, goes past the bat. Molly Davis takes it behind the stumps. Lots of heads on hands on heads.
Heads on heads.
Heads on heads.
But again, it's a
from the
great
horses.
bit of drift there from James, getting out there above the eye line.
And she comes in again.
What turn as well.
Aborted shot there from the batter right at the end. Didn't want anything to do with that when it finally got to her.
Last ball with a spell coming up.
Yeah, great spell this from Isabella James.
Yeah,
Comes
take one
in.
with her.
Bowls, fuller ball right behind it. Here's Nolan Davies. And Isabella James is quite rightly getting a lot of applause here from the Spitfire Ground. She finishes her 10 overs with 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 29 runs.
What a start to her Kent career. You said earlier she was a trialist. It shows, doesn't it? if you take your chance to come to one of these Kent trials, actually Rich was just saying earlier that they're planning on holding more. So if you're listening and you fancy yourself that you could be out here soon, get down to one of these trials.
If you are listening, let us know at livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. We'd love to read out your messages where you are listening from.
Have we had any more exotic ones?
Not yet.
Okay, so Scotland still wins.
Scotland still wins.
Gordon back in, flat again. Slight misfield off home bowling, and they'll race through for one. Darlow again just ticking it over. Certainly gone spin heavy, haven't we, Kent, today?
Yeah.
Using this used wicket.
Oh, we said Amy Gordon got through her deliveries quickly earlier. It's slightly delayed now.
Just tap back there from Nolan Davies. No run. Not sure how much turn Gordon's getting, or we'll get with.
You are going against the slope from that end.
Is it not that way? Oh, up in the air. Not quite carrying out.
No, you are right.
To deep mid
I've
wicket.
got my ends wrong.
And just the one run. Never a chance there, but good to see there's still chances coming.
Still chances. There's something's going to have to break at some point.
So what are we into? The 32nd over. And just dabbed into the leg side again from Darlow. Very effective at that, just turn the strike over. Although I'd say from Derbyshire's point of view, especially 5 down, next 10 overs they're probably still fine to do this. Pick up 4, 5 and over.
Yeah, there still are batters to come.
Use feet from, well fielded again. And the batsman almost shake hands in the middle of the batters there, but good bit of fielding there at cover. Gordon coming in again. Or not, they're now spreading the field for this last ball of the over. Interesting to keep Darlow potentially off strike for the beginning of next. So I'll start this time from Gordon and driven straight to short cover. So just 3 off the over. Derbyshire Falcons 155 for 5.
Yeah, it's almost like, when do you start to go for Derbyshire? They've only got 5 wickets left, but they need to get this run rate up a bit.
Well, it's hard to know the par score here because this is the first game of the season here. But looking at previous totals, especially on a used wicket, 220, 240, we'll have Derbyshire right in this game. So I think they're on track for that.
Yeah.
The one thing that would scupper that is the loss of wickets. So
yeah, Laura was saying that 250 would have been a good total for Derbyshire halfway.
yeah,
Now,
and that's still within reach.
it is definitely, yeah. As Liv Barnes returns from the pavilion end. Another bit of spin.
Yeah, she obviously took a bit of tap in her second over from Shaw when she was going great guns at the beginning. So it's good to see her back on after that superb spell from James.
Still a quite attacking field here set. As Barnes comes in, Bowles dabbed straight to the fielder.
Yeah, for Darlow, they've got to keep that fielder in at a really short kind of third there. She keeps dabbing it, taking a quick single.
Barnes starts her run up. Angled run up, comes in past the umpire. Flatter delivery this. Almost hits the non-striker. Fielded by Amy Gordon on the onside. Nolan Davis takes the strike. 3 off 12 she's currently on as Barnes comes in again. Just evades Molly Davis. Almost edges it past her gloves. Only a single is the damage though, so it's good signs for Kent.
Bit flatter that one from Barnes.
Yeah, she's definitely trying out a few different things in this over. As in she comes again. Bowles, that's ripped out of the hands and well defended into the onside by Darlow.
That's the ball I like from her. Bit of air, pitching on middle, getting it to grip a touch. The question will be, will this pitch turn more and more throughout the day?
Yeah, that you can't really. There's almost been turned throughout, hasn't there?
You'd expect that with a used pitch, but with the sun out all day being played on, I imagine it's, unfortunately, for a Kent's perspective, it's only going to get a touch harder.
The sun is creeping behind one of those wispy clouds at the minute as Barnes comes in again, bowls.
Bowled.
Another little dab into the region of Tilly Callahan. And that's a much better over from Liz Barnes after our opening spell. Good to see recovery there for our lone player on loan from Somerset.
It's good from Belt to get her back on at this period of the game, get her confidence back up. And Kent really are racing through their overs. Again, if you're watching the live stream and you're in this in the Canterbury area, get yourself down here.
Yeah, definitely.
I do think we're on for a really super tight game, though.
Yeah, I mean both teams have shown their class at points.
Gordon back in. Nicked away, although not racing away. So from our view here, does that mean it's hit Davies? Head on hands again?
Not too sure, to be honest. I think if there was a slip there, obviously, we would have been in play.
Darlow back on strike now for Gordon. Tossed up. Oh, they're going. Bit of hesitation. Throw to bowler's end. Oh. Could have been close that if a direct hit, I think, was needed.
I think it's Grace Poole again there. I think she's been involved in most of the fielding going on today. She's tried to hit that on her own.
No, it's a Nolan Davis. Gordon, nice and flat. Taps into leg side. That's a much easier single this time. The running between these two hasn't been quite as secure as at the beginning, where I was very impressed with the Derbyshire openers and really led by Shaw, running those quick singles, quick twos. But a few hesitations between this pair. Gordon. Tap back by Darlow. Bit of misfield, but won't cost any runs. One thing I would say for Gordon, she gets through these overs very quickly.
Yes.
Back in. Oh, tapped and just tied it up by Gordon. Another dot ball. I think both sides are quite happy with what's happening right now.
There's not been a collapse. There's not been loads of extras.
160 for 5. Almost at the end of the 34th. Coming in. Just chipped down to long on for an easy single for Darlow, and that ends another over for Gordon there. Just 4 off it. Again, on as even, I'd say.
Yeah, now will it be Barnes that carries on?
You'd expect so, after that tidy last over. My wonder is, when will we see Seam again? We've got the two ladies from Essex who've joined us.
Yeah, we were talking about this whilst you were popped out with Laura. Laura, she wanted Seam.
Right.
She wanted some Seam after the end of the Belt and James sort of era of this game, shall we say. But
from speaking, my sources, Mr. Coach Durant, he was just saying how they were very impressed with the control the spin has given Kent. So maybe that's why we haven't seen Seam for a little while. Drinks coming on here for the Derbyshire batters.
Yeah, so it is warm, isn't it? It's got hotter throughout the day.
We are in a greenhouse, though. Here.
We are. Our BBC pirate ship. We've taken over their island.
It is just rather hot.
And if you are listening, Matt Cole, Ben Watts, Dan Writing, we haven't changed any of the buttons, but it's not our fault if you come back and nothing's working. As Barnes starts a new spell. Now what's happened there?
Bump ball, but very happy to see to Darlow now. They've noticed a little dab that she does. Great field placement.
They're almost saying now is, well, if you want some runs, hit them then. As Barnes comes in. Hit it again.
And there it is.
Caught and bowled.
Brilliant. I really believe that's from that field placement. She didn't have that easy get out now. Trying to hit it down past the bowler in the air. Caught and bowled. Another good wicket. Skipper Darlow goes for 28. She looks distraught coming off here, and yeah, the spin is doing it for Kent here.
She's done her job though, hasn't she, Darla? She's kept it together in that little spell.
Well, I would have imagined that she was thinking she had to bat through all the way through to the end.
Yeah.
And now this is a good opportunity here for Kent. Can they now restrict Derbyshire to what, below 200 perhaps?
It's certainly on, isn't it? If they keep bowling as well as they have done in this spell, you'd like to think that they can put that pressure on. As in comes Millie Gray, the new Derbyshire batter. A few drinks being taken on by the Kent fielders. So Millie Gray has joined Derbyshire from Yorkshire, came through their system, made the move in 2014, I believe. Currently at University in Newcastle, so a bit of a commute for
a bit
her.
of a trek, yeah. And will they keep the slip in for the new batter?
You'd like to think so, wouldn't
It
you?
does look like it will be, yeah.
So Elsa Barnfather and Zena Bellal have completed their drinks duty after the wicket. Gray's about to take strike, and Barnes will get into the third ball of her over. She comes in, bowls. Is that a little bit of a thick edge there? Not quite off the middle of the bat.
For this pair now, I do think they need to get through to the 40th. Give the rest of the players a bit of a chance, a bit of a platform to go. That last 10.
They've been good in the field though, haven't they, Kent?
It was just that one drop from Bell at in the power play.
Yeah, she
Was the only one.
She was gutted. You could tell she was gutted as Barnes comes in, bowls.
That's
Molly
a seed.
Davis. Molly Davis has to pluck that one out, because you are right, that is a bit of a seed there from Liv Barnes. Don't know how that hasn't
Bounce, turn.
Yeah.
Although if you are a spinner from the Derby team, you would be licking your lips at that. Again. Great drift, bit of turn and no run.
Good over.
Yep, Derbyshire now 161 for 6.
Wicket
And a wicket maiden.
It's been good to see that there's not just been one standout Kent bowler, really. I mean, Isabella James has stood out
I think so.
for her economy and all those chances, but there's not been anyone head and shoulders above each other. Everyone's played a part so far.
Especially within the spinning department. They've all done very well. And Gordon in again with her off spin. Oh, and that's gone through everything.
Chance.
Will it run away for... No, it won't. It'll be stopped just before the boundary. What will the umpires signal by? So that is gripped and turned. Looked like it was going to be straight through the gate and bowled, but unfortunately wasn't picked up by Davis there, and that's 2 byes. Oh, 1 bye. They only got the 1 run there. I'm surprised by that. Now Gray facing up to Gordon for the first time, but again turn. I think that will be the theme going forward. Or bowled again, stab back. Gray still looking to get off the mark.
It's the first bye that Davis has conceded. So she's done well so far.
Very well. Well, much quicker delivery there. Bit shorter again, just tapped out to cover. That's what Kent need to do, keep building up these darts.
So we're
The
well
onus is now on Derby to come out.
well, yeah, they're well under 5 now, run rate.
Gordon back in. Tapped. And they're going for that quick single again to Paul. She has a shy at the stumps. And whacks Gordon.
She's fizzed that in again, Grace. Well, she's done this a couple of times now. Grace, Amy Gordon's got her hands on her hips, almost saying, can you just throw it in, please?
Any danger, not at my ankles.
I think everyone just wants to be that match winner for Kent today in front of a big crowd here at the Spitfire Ground for a women's match.
Again, just tapped out to mid-on, dot ball. Very tidy over this from Gordon. She gives you that control, it seems. And now the field is spreading for its last delivery. tossed it up. And again, just tap to short cover. Very tidy over, just one run off the bat. 163 for 6.
Yeah, you always don't really know how to gauge this performance so far from.
Well, it'll be after
Yeah. You
in
don't.
a few hours, yeah.
I think both sides have had their moments. Some great cricket being played at the Spitfire Ground today. You're listening to the live stream with myself, Liam, and Cameron here with me. Sponsored by Cluberly. Thank you to Cluberly for their support of the live stream this year. Liv Barnes starts a new over. Tossed in. Defended well.
Do you even need to take the spinners off?
Well, I don't think you do.
2-3 and over, absolutely not.
You've still got overs in the bank from Barnes and Gordon. You could have Sophie Singer and
Is
Megan
Belt
Sturge.
finished?
Belt's has finished, yeah.
Belt's done,
Yeah.
so yeah.
So the only two that have finished are Megan Belt and Isabella James. So you have got options there.
It's a luxury for Belt to have, what, 4 quality spinners
Yeah.
that she doesn't need to save herself for near the end.
Mm.
She knows she has Gordon to come and replace her from Nexton Road end.
In comes Liv Barnes then. Bowls to Gray.
Oh, another beauty.
This is a fantastic spell of spin bowling.
Again, it's a great balance. You've got 2 offies coming from Nexton Road end with the slope, and you've got a leggy and a left arm off spinner from the pavilion end. It's very good for Kent.
Barnes comes in again to Gray. Gray gets bat on it this time. Defends it out to Coco Streets. Ball's passed around the field. That energy in the field still hasn't dampened. I think Kent have been right on it with the support. Sophie Singer clapping away, giving encouragement to Liv Barnes as she comes in again. Bowls and misses the edge again. This is a fantastic over from Liv Barnes.
Very interesting how they're looking to give Gray the single each last ball of the over here to keep Nolan Davies off strike. Superb over.
Lovely over from Liv Barnes. That's her 6th over. We're assuming that Amy Gordon is coming back. It looks like she is.
So I believe, what, did Barnes bowl 2 overs first up before being taken off? 2 or 3?
I think it was 3.
Wasn't then? I think she went for 22, 24, and in her 3 most recent, she's got a wicket and gone for about 5 runs.
Yeah, great recovery.
Gordon in. Again, Nolan Davis tap back to her. Runs are really drying up here for the Derbyshire Falcons.
Lots of shouts in the field, lots of encouragement. I think Kent sense that they're on top here.
Drifted up. And again, bit of hesitation, no run here to pull.
John Dyson, the Derbyshire head coach, going for a bit of a lap with Ella Porter.
Tap to get up, and look who it is again. And it's Paul picking it up.
I think she's going to get a bit tired from fielding, let alone bowling.
I know. For village standards, we'd say she's earned her match fee today. Big shot here, out to the leg side. Should be just the one. Yeah, picked up nice and cleanly. You can see they're trying to break the shackles a little bit there.
Yeah.
Still only the one.
Yeah, that shot's been born out of, we're not getting many runs here. We can't get those quick singles. We can't get the 2s. We're going to have to try something. And I think we're in for a good spell of cricket now.
Gordon coming for her last delivery. Again, tapped out to Coven. And no run. Very tidy over once up. There we go. I've been deceived. Done a Molly Davis.
Well, over.
Yeah,
it says over on the scoreboard here.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not blaming you for that.
Thank
Cameron.
you. That was. Thank you very much. Yeah. Quicker ball. Love it.
Oh.
Bit of bounce to it. And glided down in a quick single take into Barnes. And that now should be the end of the over. Who controls the scoreboard up there?
So the scorers,
Yeah.
who today are Lynn Martin, our women's scorer, and Brian Rodwell,
Okay.
who has been part of our women's scoring team for the last few years. So they have complete control of the
Okay.
video board. Sadly, the Les Ames scoreboard isn't in operation today, but usually that is a whole separate team that work over there. That's why sometimes you'll get slightly different scores on each one.
It is nice though having that the Les Ames one, but we've all caught up now. We're now right. Yeah.
Up. So Liv Barnes into her 7th over. Comes in. Almost like a
bit aerial again.
Yeah, a bit of a tempter.
Yeah. The batter playing across the line. Now that short cover comes in even closer.
In again goes Barnes. Flighted this one up into the onside. Should be just a single. Amy Gordon in to field it at long on. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream. Great to have you with us. Liv Barnes completing her over. Into the onside. Just another single there. This is good control from Kent.
Very good. I don't think we've got the stats up to be able to see when the last boundary was, but it'll be intriguing to see when.
I shall deliver if you can take over from this over, please, Cameron.
Yep, thank you. And that's Barnes back in. Oh, leaning edge. She got it to grip and turn again there, and it's just tapped out, looping up one bounce into. Is it Paul again? It's unbelievable.
Apologies if you can hear me tapping away.
Oh, and just beating the outside edge, fishing at it there. Gray outside off stump, and taken nicely by Davies. Barnes has been very impressive in her second spell here, creating chances, dotting them up.
So we've not had a boundary for 12 overs now.
Wow. Really good work by these Kent spinners. And back in and tap back to that short cover. What a super quick over. And the Kent players are racing round, getting through this innings very quickly. They've got somewhere to be tonight.
I think they're loving it at the minute. The crowd is still coming in after, I suppose people will have their lunch, then head down to the Spitfire Ground. And they are putting on a show. Megan Belt and James Hockley both said before the start of this game that they want to put on a show, and I think they've started to do that quite well.
Doing very well. It will be, looks like a middling chase, and they'll need all the support they can get down here at the Spitfire Ground. Gordon coming in. Again, feet being used. Superb stop there at short cover.
Kirko Streets.
Brilliant work there with her left hand diving down. Could have raced away that one. And back to a bit easier that time to field that one. Noni Davies is 8 off 25 here. I think she'll be looking to just get a bit of a move on. Field change here, recognising that out to deep cover. Gordon comes back in, flights one up. Oh!
That could have been a worldie.
That would have been an absolutely spectacular catch there. Short mid wicket, diving to her right.
I think it's the skipper.
No harm done. It was fielded for one there at deep mid wicket. But yes, these two batters are, I guess, now showing a bit more intent. Down the leg side, Davies couldn't stop it entirely. Got a bit of a glove on it. It should be held up just before the boundary. It is. And what is the signal? Runs?
Must be runs.
Oh, no. Runs. Oh, and again, Gordon just shifting the field. Putting long on out. Again, just tap to the infield. No run. Gordon spell here. She's almost finished a 6th over. None for 16. Very, very economical.
Yeah, there's a lot of superlatives.
No run. Who else? Paul.
A lot of superlatives that we've been telling for each Kent bowler. They've all bowled so well as a unit, though. They are doing well at the Kent bowlers. So that's the end of the second power play. 10 overs to go. Derbyshire Falcons women are 172 for 6. So what would be a good score for Derbyshire from here?
10 overs to go, 170 on the board. I think with the wickets in hand, how well Kent are bowling, if they could get up to 220, 225, perhaps 6 and over gets them to around 230. I think with this wicket, it keeps them right in the game.
Some more spinners. Liv Barnes comes back from the pavilion end.
But from a Kent's point of view, keep them under 200. You'll be very, very happy out there.
Oh, extremely happy if you're going to get them under 200 at this. They're going to have to go at some point. As Liv Barnes is into her 8th over, second ball. Trying to hit away, going for a quick single here. There could be a chance if the throw's good. The throw's not
up.
quite there. They are backing up. They're going to get another run. Kent didn't need that.
And a superb dive.
Absolutely. Something out of a film.
Wonderful. I tell you what, Rich Durant, from when he was my uni coach, would not be happy with the buzzers.
No.
I remember being shouted out many a time. That'll be it. Extra fielding training.
So, Liv Barnes, what can she get from this delivery? Like wide, a little tempter. I think the field's been set for that sort of shot.
Yeah, there's no one behind or square, no one deep, or even no one at 45, so it needs to keep it on the offside.
Hit on the pad, it
Touch
looks high, yeah.
Would have given it.
Good appeal.
Yeah.
It's the umpire, rather than putting the finger up, so it's 2 to come. From Liv Barnes' 8th over, she comes in, bowls, down the leg side.
She's gotten away with that one. Like I said before, no one behind square.
Little talk between the umpires, given us a wide. Still good pressure in this over, only 2 and the extras coming off it. She comes in again. More on the off stump line now. No run.
Excellent work again, this. Still just 3 off the over.
Barnes finishing her over. Ow. Nolan Davies has come down the track at that one. It could be a run out.
Bit of a quicker throw needed there from Paul.
Slight hesitation in
You
the
can't
field.
say she hasn't had the practice today.
No. It could be that she's so tired from fielding it so much.
That'll be my excuse tomorrow after the first ball comes to me. I'm so tired. It looks like Gordon will remain, and I think it's the right thing to do from Belt here, even though we're into this final 10 overs. Keep the spin on.
Yeah.
No boundaries being hit.
Yeah, nothing's broke, so don't fix it.
And if I was one of the Derbyshire batters here, I'd be looking for a bit of pace on the ball to use it. So yeah, keep the spin on. Using the feet. Ooh, almost missed it. Almost another stumping chance for Davis, but just a bit of bat on it. No run to Paul again. Gordon back in. Nolan Davis walks across her stumps, and there we go. First boundary for what, 13-40 overs. It was a well played, not quite sweep shot, but off her hip, hitting it past square, and runs away to find leg for 4.
I think now's the time to go, isn't it?
It is. There's 4 wickets in the shed. 180's come up. Like I said, need to get to that 220, 230 mark. Gordon back in the response. Driven the outside edge, straight to Barnes, no run.
It's about 600 of you watching on the live stream. Hello.
Gordon back in. Again, Nolan Davis going across her stumps and works it to the leg side, and they take a quick single to Paul.
You're watching the Kent Cricket live stream, sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam, I'm joined by Cameron.
Still, we want to know where people are watching from.
The people are shy, I think.
Yeah.
You don't want me making up names and places, because
No.
that could get a bit silly.
Oh, the quicker ball whipped in. Oh, in the air, one bounce. Surely a run out.
Yeah.
Brilliant work.
Good work.
Excellent work there. Miscommunication from the batters. Good arm from Paul. And well gathered in by Gordon.
Emphatically taken.
Yes. She made sure. No, that was. But again, that's the pressure being built here by Kent. These singles which aren't really on. Derbyshire feel they have to take it. So that's now 181. Should be for 7, I believe.
It will be for 7, yeah. Scoreboard.
Taking some time.
They're just trying to ID who put the throw in.
Well, it can only be Paul.
She has. It has felt like she's fielded every single delivery today, and fair play to her.
But this is perfect for Kent, just chipping away at the wickets. Just making sure that Derbyshire can't get away from them.
Now, the new batter.
So yeah, that was Gray, run out for 7 by Paul. It's very interesting how they do that, run out Paul / Gordon.
Yeah.
Is that a change that I'm just not aware of?
It's always been like that.
See, in the scorebook, it'll be just run out Paul.
Well, there have been instances that have changed how you do things. So, if you can remember as far back as Kent Spitfires' 2021 Vitality Blast victory,
I'm just about old enough, yeah.
The Jordan Cox catch has officially now gone down as a Milnes / Cox catch.
Has it?
Yes. Because it was obviously Matt Milnes in the book,
Yeah.
but Jordan Cox was the one that
Did
dived over the rope.
Yeah. I'm sure he's delighted about this.
Still, he may have crossed the bridge, but 3 of his would-be teammates have come this way. And Amy Gordon is into...
Yeah, bowling to the new batter, Gemma Rose. And flighted outside off stump.
Good sound off the bat.
Yeah. Good start from Rose, but hit straight to the cover fielder. And that was a free hit. It was a no ball, the one before. Run out of free hit, you mentioned it earlier. Might happen. Going back in, never quicker ball. Great hands from Davis, appealing for a stumping. And the umpire was not moved. But great work from the keeper there. Great hands off the quicker ball from Gordon. That finishes another successful over there for Kent. Derbyshire Falcons, 182 for 7 off of 42 overs. If I was Kent, I would be aiming at that 200. Keep them
I think
below
now.
200.
Yeah, I think now.
Psychologically,
Yeah.
that'll do one.
Oh, big time. 100%. If you can get a chase of 200-ish, you'd be backing yourselves, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Outfielders lightning fast. Really hot day. It's just that question of, can Derbyshire spinners do similar to the Kent ladies today?
Now, Liv Barnes is into her 9th over from the pavilion end.
Looks like the spinners are going to bowl out.
You can't argue otherwise as Barnes comes in. Into that leg side. That sort of leg side line. Defended into the onside by Rose. In comes Barnes again, past the umpire. Looping delivery, almost a full toss there. And it's gone for 4.
Would say that's probably her worst delivery of the day, that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's allowed it after the way she's bowled after coming back on.
So your left arm, is it reminiscent of that last delivery we've just seen? Or
Oh, even worse.
even worse.
I mean, I've played 2 hardball games in my life and I've not taken a wicket, so...
It's always a third.
Barnes
Much better one.
defended. Yeah, my career sort of ended before it started.
Right. Well, the last person I co-commentated with is now playing for Kent. So I expect the next time I come to see the same happen for you.
Liv Barnes comes in. And
That's
she's bowled her.
Wonderful delivery that.
That's a lovely turn in delivery from Liv Barnes, and she's bowled
That's lovely.
Gemma Rose for 4 runs. And Kent are well into the tail now.
Yeah, superb. That is one of those deliveries that I've been chatting about all day, where she's tossed it up at that base of middle and leg, gripped and turned. Rose has gone to hit it through the leg side, turned past the outside edge and cleaned her up.
I think Molly Davies was scared for
Yeah.
her helmet grill then, as it came in, zipped off the surface and removed the bails quite high up the stump.
Again deserved from Barnes here. She's been superb. So in comes
Pagan Hardwick.
8 down now. The onus will be on Nolan Davies to get this total past that 200 mark.
So Hardwick was the coach's player of the year last year.
Okay. I'll be good to see what she can do with the bat here. Assume she's more of a bowler. But her job here is now to get Nolan Davies on strike.
Liv Barnes got 2 balls left of this over. And she comes to the new batter Hardwick.
Oh.
She hits out. And it's a good job that Amy Gordon was there at long on.
Good intent shown. With
Yeah.
first delivery.
Fair play.
Off the mark straight away.
This could be the longest ponytail I've ever seen from Pagan Hardwick. As Barnes comes in again. Hit into the ground and into the offside. No run. And that's the end of Liz Barnes. Is over. She's now bowled 9 overs. Has got 2 for 39. 1 over left to come from Liv Barnes potentially. Back at the pavilion and pavilion end.
You'd imagine she'll finish it now. Or maybe we get the final 2 in this over. It was a bit wishful thinking.
You're listening to Liam and Cameron on the Kent Cricket live stream, sponsored by Cluberly. Thank you, Cluberly, for your support. Do get in touch with us at livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. Rachel from Ilkeston, Derbyshire fan, has been in touch to let us know that she's watching on. Great to hear from you, Rachel.
I think she was a lot happier though when she messaged in. When
Yes.
Shaw was going great guns at the beginning. She really did seem the key wicket. And Gordon coming in. Backing away. And they're going for a quick single.
For a quick one here.
The throw, bit more of an accurate throw there from Barnes. And Hardwick would have been in trouble there. Gordon trying to flick it back. Dhoni-esque style. But they get through for that single there. Now Nolan Davies on strike. Beaten by the outside edge there, taken by Davis. Dot ball, every dot ball is key at this point.
Dot ball nice.
Slapped away.
Oh,
That was a great scratch.
fantastic.
Is that Skipper Belt there at mid wicket?
I think it was.
Atoning for her drop earlier. Much harder chance, I would
That was
say.
definitely a harder chance. She'll have loved that.
A really hard sweep shot there from Nolan Davies. Being grabbed to her left-hand side, her weaker side there from Megan Belt. Destined for 4, but she held on. And now that Derbyshire. Well, I was about to tell you the score, but now it's gone from the screen. But they are 9 down, I can tell you that.
Nolan Davis there, being greeted by Spice Girls. Goodbye, my friend, as she heads back to the pavilion.
The Wii music hasn't come back, I've noticed.
No.
I'm waiting for that.
I might have to send a message to
Yeah, I
Alex, the
enjoyed that.
music man.
188 for 9. So now, really are looking down the barrel here of being bowled out below 200 here, Derbyshire, which, like I say, at one point when they were going at 6s, and they were, 100 plus for 2? Going well. With, I think it was Porter and Shaw at one point. They were looking at, as you were saying earlier with Laura, at 250 at the halfway stage.
Yeah.
Kent have done excellently. Not just with how tight they've been bowling, but their fielding has been excellent. Taking a few sharp chances, run outs.
It's great to see the wickets shared around the bowlers. Grace Poole with a wicket early on. First over, of course. Liv Barnes has 2. Megan Belt has 2. Izzy James has 2. Now Amy Gordon has 1 as well.
Coming back in, Gordon. So number 11, McDonald. Kate McDonald there.
Another good
Being on the
take
inside
there.
edge, it seems, yeah. Kent will be looking to wrap this up. quickly as possible here. Back on the pegs. Tapped around the corner, no run. Good field placement now. The fielder that was at deep square has been moved in, stopping that easy single through there.
So what would you do batting in the tower here? Would you bat for balls or try and get those runs?
What delivery there? Tad harsh. I think when you've got still over 6 overs left, you have to just tap it around for the next 4 at least. The last 2, you have a bit of a license.
Oh, now
then. Doesn't matter. She's gone. Caught behind, I think, with the inside edge there. Well caught there by Davis. And Derbyshire Falcons have been bowled out for 189 here. What a superb return to Spitfire Ground for the Kent women's side.
I was setting up a McDonald farming the strike
Oh,
joke,
no.
and it has been ruined by a fantastic piece of wicket keeping again from Molly Davis.
Bit of turn there from Gordon, taking the inside edge, it seems. And like you say, that's a difficult chance to take. And she has it. But again, Kent will be over the moon with that total. Okay, we have to see what happens when they come out to bat. But bowling out Derbyshire within 44 overs, they've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, the Derbyshire players are walking off. Kent stayed there for a bit of a huddle before, obviously celebrating that wicket. They start to head off. Adrian Long and his grounds team come on to do some work on the wicket during the break.
Make it flat.
And we will see you all guys again back for the second innings on the Kent Cricket live stream, sponsored by Cluberly. everyone. Welcome back to the Kent Cricket live stream sponsored by Cluberly. The first investment app to pledge 50% of its fees to causes chosen by their users. Your choices drive their giving, making every investment with Cluberly a step towards supporting your community. We'd like to thank Cluberly for their support of our live stream today. We've been treated to a really good first innings with the ball from Kent women. My name's Liam. I'm joined here by Cameron.
Hello everyone again. Yes, no, exciting this chase. Again, you'd put Kent as favourites. However, of course, will there be any hang-ups from the previous game where they didn't quite breach 3 figures? But with the support here at the Kent ground, a few more people streaming in now. Now it's getting past midday. Yeah, come join us, people, if you're in that Canterbury area. Give the ladies your support for this chase. I think it'll be a really interesting one. The start is key. You don't want to lose early wickets. The run rate, of course, in the power play, you want to get it up, but the wickets will be crucial in this chase.
Yeah, it's the same opening partnership as that Middlesex game last week. Sophie Singer on home debut and Amy Gordon on home debut will be opening the batting for the Horses. They're about to head over the boundary rope now as Derbyshire huddle up, get some last-minute words in probably from the skipper, Adriana Darlow, as the Kent openers are announced over the loudspeaker system here to warm applause from everyone at the Spitfire Ground. And we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here will be how quickly will Derbyshire get the spin on. That's what was effective in that Kent bowling display. Will they go to it straight away, do we feel? Because what, Kent only bowled 7 overs of seam, I think. So yeah, packed it with spin on this used wicket, and it was very effective for them. But Kent need to be aware of that. They've seen it, they've bowled on it, they know that the ball's gripping and turning and bouncing a little bit.
There would have been some roller on the deck at the interval, but I don't think that negate the turn that's come out of the surface so far. As we've said previously, this is the same wicket as Kent men used against Gloucestershire last week in the County Championship, so it's got a lot of turn in it, a bit of variable bounce as well, a lot of it in for the spinners. So we'll wait and see as to what the Falcons are tactics-wise, what they're thinking.
Already a bit of a difference, starting with both a third and a fine. Don't often see that.
Sophie Singer is set to take strike. Joined us from Suffolk in the winter.
From Suffolk?
Big Tottenham fan?
Oh no. I'm surrounded by him.
So Singer with 4 on her back is set to take the first delivery from Nolan Davies, who did all right with the bat, didn't she?
Yeah, she was trying to hold it down at the end there, kind of run out of partners. She got 17, 18 odd. But it was during that period of the game where Kent spinners really had a strangle on it.
So Rihanna Nolan Davies set to get us under the way for the second innings as she comes in. Balls, a wide delivery given as a wide there.
Well, good start. But again, technically no illegal delivery.
We did see the same thing when we opened with the ball as well, didn't we?
We did.
Some bowlers trying to get dialed in as Nolan Davies comes in again. Bowls. It's a much better line there. A lot of swing.
Yeah, a bit of movement there again.
Singer.
We saw swing to begin with Paul when she opened up. So yeah, just a little period just to get through that initial movement. Good for Singer to get bat on ball early on.
Now I know that Kent will want to pace this in slightly better than they tried to do against Middlesex at Radlett last time out as Nolan Davies comes in, blocked again by Singer. I think against Middlesex they tried to be the hero a bit too much. Before they'd got in, they tried to hit across the line into the onside. And
they were batting first though, weren't they? I believe so.
Yes.
So this is a different feel. They know the target. They don't need to be chasing like an elusive 280 figure from the get-go.
Yeah. As Nolan Davies comes in again. Bowls, Singer. Thick edge. She's going to get some runs here though.
Off the mark.
Off the mark, Sophie Singer, 1 off 3. Amy Gordon.
Here we go.
Cameron's excited for this one.
I am. and slightly worried now. But again, if it's anything like last year, it'll be a special watch. I remember she liked it straight down the ground, hit very strong shots that way. Just pick up one though, swept up by that cover fielder out there. But lovely way. Well, she's already off the mark, but a bit more of a convincing stroke there, bringing Gordon now on strike. Hardwick running in. And just defended back to mid on the pegs. But not much movement in the air, it seems, compared to Nolan Davies.
It was almost the opposite, wasn't it? The first spell of our innings with the ball pull from this end was getting all the swing.
And again, floated up, driven by Gordon straight to mid off, no run again. This is fine from Kent, just getting their way into the innings. Nothing silly has to be done here.
So welcome back to the second innings. Lovely to have you all with us again. Please get in touch.
And floated up, driven again, not quite timed. And cannot get it past that short cover fielder.
Live stream at kentcricket.co.uk if you want to get in touch. Love to hear from you.
Again, Scotland is the most exotic so far.
Yes. Exotic or furthest?
I'm going exotic.
Okay, fair enough.
Bit shorter. Oh, great bit of fielding there. Backward square. That would have run away for 4 there. Unfortunate that for Gordon. Could have got her off the mark, but really good bit of fielding there from Derbyshire.
Yeah,
I don't think it was from the bowler, Nolan Davies.
They've started well here, haven't they?
Good in the field, good energy. But none down, 3 for none.
It will be Nolan Davies to continue.
Let's see if she gets the same amount of swinging from that first over.
Yeah, it was a good looking over from where we're sat. Joining us again in the second innings. Sponsored by Cluberly. Thanks to Cluberly for their support. Giving us the ability to live stream Kent Women home matches at the Spitfire Ground Nights this summer. So in comes Nolan Davies, bowls. Singer gets behind that. Doesn't quite fizz out where she was expecting it to. But no harm done. Kent 3 without loss. I don't think they'll be too worried at the minute.
Looking for that first boundary.
You always like to see it. As she comes in again. Singer's hit on the midriff there. No appeal. Way too high.
I know a few who would have appealed for it. And I know a few who would have given it.
Trying to name some names?
Honestly. I've got a whole black book of them.
Well in behind that is Singer.
Yeah, I'm fine with this start. Not a big total to be chasing down here.
Get that lacquer off the ball.
Absolutely.
That sun is just creeping out of view for us. Slightly cooler as Nolan Davies comes in again. Singer gets behind it.
Yeah, slightly more bearable in the greenhouse now.
Mm.
I must say it's delightful commentating this time compared to last year. 1, because the sun was directly in our eyes. And 2, I'm now wearing glasses so I can actually see the players. It's a joy. It really does, actually.
So last year you were the other side of the ground, weren't you, by the
other
big
side
screen?
of the ground, yeah. For T20 versus Surrey.
As Nolan Davies comes in, Singer defends that one again.
Which was great, apart from the result for Kent. Great atmosphere, packed out crowd, and getting to speak as lovely as you are, Liam. But having that inside information from the keeper today, Molly Davis, was great. And she had to do a lot of the heavy lifting because she was the only one who could see.
So comes Nolan Davies. Last ball of her over. Singer again. Defends, no run.
What you have noticed from this opening pair is a lot more consistent with their line of length, not giving away as many extras as the Kent opening pair.
Yeah, Derbyshire will be happy with this. Both of them going at just 1 and over. Nice.
There's a maiden there.
Good start for Derbyshire. They'll take some things away from this. I think many of us thought their score was a bit under par, but speaking to a few supporters in the ground, it may be a slightly better score than we were giving it justice.
Like I say, this used wicket, if you have some good spinners, it'll be very difficult. I can see Gordon coming after Hardwick here. She runs in. Drifted up, driven, and yes, Gordon gets off the mark there. 1 run out to deep cover.
Didn't quite middle it. Wasn't that
No.
sound that we know and love of coming straight out the middle?
Well, you really have to put the pace on the ball here to Hardwick because she is kind of floating it up there. You've got to force it a bit more. But as we all know, she'll be very happy just to get off the mark. And now Singer on strike. Hardwick coming in. Driven again, this time straight to point. No run. So what about you? Who are you looking forward to seeing in the Kent lineup? Obviously we'd like this pair to go all the way, but is there anyone in particular that you're keen to see?
I think those on home debut, it'd be nice to see them get some runs.
Again, in a good area and just tap to cover for none.
It was good to see Isabella James do really well
Yeah,
on
excellent.
her home debut, so it'd be nice to see her batting performance. Well, we've got the best of both worlds here, and if it's a new player, fantastic home debut runs. If it's an existing player, it's one of our own doing well at our home ground.
Hardwick coming in, Singer again, clipped away this time, again straight to mid wicket, no run. Singer getting a little bit bogged down, just take the one shot, but she looks very organised.
Where do you stand on the maroon helmet?
Driven, well no, snicked away through the vacant slips. They've got a gully in, but no slips, and it is 1 run to Singer there. Take them as they come. Maroon helmet, yeah. I'd rather blue.
Well, Carl Hooper played for Kent in his West Indies helmet, which is the same colour. So, can we draw some similarities, style of play-wise here?
Identical. And now she's going back into Gordon now. And driven straight, driven nicely, but not getting past mid on there. So again, just a very tidy over, 2 runs off it. Kent 5 for none after 4.
That required rate is now 4, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, they don't need to worry about that at all.
So it's a slow start, but a manageable one, I think. It'd be nice for them to both get in. They put on 20 runs opening the batting against Middlesex last time out, so it'd be good for them to sort of get themselves in before they start to clock up the runs.
Certainly a different start to that of Derbyshire's. We're sure at the helm of that, but, you know,
yeah,
it's the end result that counts.
Nolan Davies comes in again. Singer on strike. Sort of hits that out the air, makes it a full toss, but straight to the fielder. Yeah.
You'll be disappointed with that. When you get a full toss and they've been bowling so accurately, you would like to find a gap on that one, but still there.
So at this point in the first innings, I think Derbyshire were going at 8s. So more than half required. Singer hits that from Nolan Davies. No run again.
But looks very sound, very technically sound.
Yeah. Yeah, one of our new recruits. Obviously impressed James Hockley and the coaching staff enough to get a deal. She's been a bit of a feature over the pre-season and in our first game, so she's there at the top of the order for Kent as Nolan Davies comes in again. Hit away, swatted away by Singer.
Not quite short enough to pull through square.
No, I think she's putting a price on her wicket just for these first few overs. I think that's something that James Hockley really reminded the players about after the loss against Middlesex last week.
That's it.
So that'd be in their minds just to get in, as it were, as Nolan Davies comes in. Singer reaches for one, picks out the fielder.
Good bit of fielding. One thing I would actually say they should take from that opening burst from Derbyshire isn't so much actually the hitting, was the running. The quick singles that they got, the ones turned into twos. That would be key for Kent here. Don't have to always hit the boundaries to be effective.
Here comes Nolan Davies again then. Singer hits that to the side. Thought about a run, but good fielding again.
Like, that's an example where I feel Derbyshire would have taken on the throw, gone for a single, but again, as we say, solid start here for Kent.
So no runs yet off this over from Nolan Davies as she comes in again past the umpire. Bowls a little hit and a swing there, and it will be a maiden. Very well bowled.
Very good start this from Derbyshire. Building that pressure. Kent just need to withstand this. Don't have to do anything silly. Is this top loader?
It is top loader.
Great slot. Still waiting for Will Young. Maybe yet to have it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's got past the committee.
Really? Devastating.
Do get in touch with us at live stream at kentcricket.co.uk if you want to question Cameron's music choice.
I've got more where that's coming from. Hardwick coming in for her third over. Again, it just loops down. Doesn't give you the energy on the ball here for Gordon. So it's just tapped away once again to mid-on, no run. You do feel like something is going to have to give at some point during this power play.
Yeah, over halfway through now.
Yeah. Pressure will be building here, but I can imagine Gordon with a release shot. Looked strong again, straight down the ground. That's an opportunity for a single, and it's taken off the misfield. But a nice strong shot there.
Yeah, good running.
Brings Singer back on strike. Who, after facing 21 balls now, should have a good understanding of the wicket, what the bowlers are doing. Hardwick coming in. Again, well bowled, nice and full, almost Yorker length. Dug out there by Singer, no run.
You said it earlier, there's not really anything out there for Kent's openers at the minute.
No. For me, I always prefer having the pace on the ball. Much easier. Hardwick coming in. Bit back for length. Ooh. Dab this time for Singer, looking for a gap between gully and point. Doesn't find it. One bouncing into the hands of Gully.
I think that's the first sign of, I'm just going to go after this. So Singer just needs to carry on what she's doing. And hopefully she gets in and capitalises on the good start, solid start that she's made.
Again, well bowled there by Hardwick. Nice line on off stump. Just worked to mid-wicket and no run. It's a good field set as well. I like the fact they've got the deep cover for the one ball that is out there, which Kent haven't been able to capitalise on because it's just been for the one. Whereas that, I think for quite a bit of the power play for us, we just had the one fielder out to begin with. Back in. This time driven nicely again, and it's through cover. Are we about to see our first boundary for Kent? We are. Lovely shot from Singer. Hit too powerfully straight through cover. And has run away for four. Needed.
That's Lara Shaw there. It's just gone underneath her almost. She's dived to stop it, but it was a good shot from Sophie Singer.
Lovely shot. Hopefully that will give her the confidence. Wasn't a bad ball, and driven away nicely through the covers.
Just seeing a replay now on the live stream. Yeah, lovely. Looping delivery. Just got behind it.
Ian Bell-esque. Who's your favourite player of the cover drive, Liam?
Joe Denley, next question. Silly question to ask, really. It's the GOAT.
It's true. It's a great shout, to be fair.
So here's Nolan Davies. Comes in. Gordon tries to guide that down, but doesn't get enough on it.
I think they're bowling a lot fuller than the Kent seamers. If you remember, Shaw was hitting a lot through backward square off the back foot, cutting it away, whereas there's been a lot of drives to straight to mid-on, mid-off here from the Kent batters. They're not getting that back of a length to hit away.
Here she is again then. Comes in, Gordon tries to pull it round the corner. She will get one. Will it be leg byes? Umpire says no.
But they're not pushing the run though there.
No.
Would have liked to have seen perhaps them looking to turn it into 2, even if it didn't come off.
Level on DLS though.
Well, that's always a positive, yeah.
So, Nolan Davies comes in. Bowls wider delivery here. Close to that tram line. Umpire says it's just inside. Motions with their hand.
I don't know, with
Just
my glasses
inside.
from 100 yards away, that looked outside that blue line.
So how much better do you think your game is going to be now than now you can actually see?
Well, that is the thing. I need to find glasses while batting.
Nolan Davies comes in again. And she's bowled her. That's a great delivery. Nolan Davies celebrates.
And stump out the ground.
Sophie Singer there. There's a breakthrough for Derbyshire Falcons.
Yeah, that's just the pressure building there. Played around the line. It was a shame after that cover drive she played in the over before. Fuller, I didn't see it swing too much. Just kind of played down the wrong line and gone for 7. That's Kent 11 for 1. Bringing this power play back into Derbyshire's favour here.
So in comes Megan Sturge.
Who's been in the runs pre-season.
Yes, 74 against Exeter University women.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing her play. Remind me, where's she on loan from?
So she is currently contracted to Hampshire.
Right.
She'll be available for us on a match-by-match basis. So if Hampshire need her, they will select her. If not, she will be available for us. So it'll be good to see Megan back at the Spitfire Ground after leaving, as it were, after coming through the youth system. If you're her now, though, what would you like to do? Would you like to come out scoring or much of the same, trying to get in and then build?
I think with the score at what it is and a few overs of the power play, you're kind of given a license to not be silly with it, but play good, aggressive, hard shots, creating shots, which hopefully will come off and then get you underway in your innings.
So here comes Nolan Davies. Megan Sturge on strike, goes just past the edge.
It's a great channel that from Nolan Davies. She's been very impressive so far.
There's that corridor of uncertainty.
Indeed.
Sturge gets forward to it, but just misses the edge.
Well, she played within the line there. I think she was okay, but yeah, Nolan Davies has been impressive in this opening spell.
Here she comes again then. Sturge gets back on ball, guides
Lovely.
it down.
Yeah.
And she's off the mark.
Kent do need a partnership though.
Yeah, Kent 12 for 1 off 7 overs. Slow start from the horses here.
But yes, as I was saying about the glasses, if people could email in at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk with what is there a brand for while batting? Like I see Mitch Santner with them because I don't want to wear the glasses I've got for everyday use. So I need that because, like you say, it'll be handy to be able to see the ball when out in the middle this year. So yeah, please do write in and help me.
Big hello to Fred Atkins, our ECB reporter, who's messaged in from Farnborough Town Football Club. I assume following his beloved Maidstone United today.
Hardwick going into Sturge. Punched off the back foot and no run. Looks very correct here, Sturge as well. Hardwick coming in. Again, touch short, cut away straight to the same fielder there at point. I kind of feel Hardwick is the kind of bowler that Gordon could go after here. She's got the power. Whereas from what I can tell early on with Sturge, very correct. Use the pace. Maybe the onus is a bit on Gordon here to take Hardwick down, perhaps down the ground. Like I saw her do plenty of times to the Kent bowlers last year.
Well, we saw with Megan Sturge that she can hit big into the onside as well.
And just left that ball. Another good channel this from the Derbyshire bowlers.
So Fred Atkins has got in touch from Farnborough,
Oh, yes.
and he says regards from Sancherio, which is what he has called Farnborough's Cherrywood Road Stadium.
Hardwick coming in. Bit wider, cutaway again. Oh, nice looking shot, but well fielded and picked up by point once again. That would have raced away to the boundary otherwise.
So my question to you is, can you make a European sounding stadium name out of the St Lawrence?
Right, you're going to have to get back to me, but I will. I'll endeavour about this.
I've got one in mind.
Of course you do. King of the puns. Hardwick coming in. Oh, it's well bowled again. This one's fuller, enticing the drive. It goes past that outside edge. No run again. 5 dots in this over. This power play really is heading towards the way of Derbyshire here. But it does get to a point where you can't afford to then lose a wicket. That compounds the slow start.
Yeah, obviously you can only start this slowly if you're going to build on it later on.
Coming back in the last ball of the over again. Good length. Sturge going onto that front foot to drive. It wasn't quite there. Going past the outside edge, and it's another maiden here for Hardwick. Again, very impressive start. Yeah, Kent still 12 for 1.
I think what can't happen now is that they get in their heads about last week and that low score that they made. I think they need to still be proactive and go after bowlers a little bit more here. Otherwise, they could start to get a bit bogged down and in their own minds.
You're mentioning that the low score was with them going quite aggressively, whereas it seems like they've gone a bit the other way into their shell, which is understandable. But 2 overs left in this power play. An opportunity to get some momentum.
And that is absolutely huge.
There we go.
Gordon. She's just sat on the back foot, guided that over the rope, 6 runs. Amy Gordon, there we go.
Well, that was worth the admission fee. I've been waiting for that. Bigged her up, and now I can go home happy.
You can take one off your commentator's curse for that.
It's a lovely shot, picked up really quickly as well. As I said earlier, that was one of the few balls Derbyshire have pitched short, and Gordon really capitalised on it.
So what can she do with the next delivery? Amy Gordon, she tries to drive that one. Good recovery from Noeline Davies.
Yeah, back to
She's
being
bowled
full.
really well.
Yeah, good response there, nice and full. Certainly seems harder to hit on this pitch when you pitch it up there.
She runs in again. Still a bit Gordon's gone for it again. There's no fielder there. That'll be 4 more for the horses.
Picking up that length really quickly now, Gordon. Didn't seem that short, but she swiveled away, 1 bounce 4 towards the square leg boundary.
And it's a no ball.
Oh, we got one back. We have. Now, can we be a bit more decisive with the free hit than Derbyshire were?
You'd love it, wouldn't you?
Now.
Yeah.
And Gordon's the right batter you want. Would you say she's the batter with the most power in this Kent lineup?
Definitely one of them.
That was very non-committal from you.
I think there's batters that can do it. Noeline Davies comes in, bowler, free hit though. Doesn't matter.
They seem to be the hardest ball to hit at the moment, the free hit.
Yeah, she'll be kicking herself a little bit, Amy Gordon. I know she's just tried to put her bat through it, make it go as far as possible, but that's missed opportunity there for a few more runs.
Well, is there an issue with the stump?
We may have had a broken stump here. The umpire has picked it up, gesturing over to the ground staff.
Do you know what I thought was a good initiative that I saw that Kent did when they got like local groundsmen in?
Yes.
That was that pre-season or just a few weeks back?
It was a bit of both, really. I think it was before our first home game. But yes, Adrian Long, our head of grounds here, welcomed a load of recreational clubs ground staff in, talked to them about preparing pitches and winter care and stuff like that. And also there were some experts from some of our partners. So T. Parker and Sons, one of our ground staff suppliers, they were here. Tuckwells are here as well, and members of the Grounds Management Association as well. So it was a good day for those ground staff that came in. They got a lot out of it.
Excellent. I'm in favour of anything that makes us village teams pitches more friendly to the batters. Bit less spice in them.
Now, the umpire, I think, has got a new stump.
Yeah, the game's just paused here. The Derbyshire players are practicing their golf swing. Always good.
So the European version of the Spitfire
there we
Ground.
go. Oh.
So
You said you've got one, so
so cast your eyes over the Atlantic Ocean to Argentina.
right. So
Right.
so not European.
Yeah, but they speak European language.
Okay, yeah.
There's a team in Argentina called San Lorenzo.
Yes.
That is St. Lawrence in Spanish. So
Well, that's very good.
we could call this ground
The San Lorenzo.
the San Lorenzo.
I like that. I hope it sticks.
It might stick more than Up the Spits,
Yeah.
which was our semi-nickname for the men's T20 team last year.
And when does that start again this year? You were saying the end of May.
Yes, so Gloucestershire away is on the 30th of May, and then our first home game here, 6th of June, is the oldest rivalry. Kent Spitfires versus Surrey, Friday night under the lights. If you haven't got your tickets out, why haven't you? Nolan Davies comes in again. Gordon picks out the fielder. But yeah, it should be good.
It's always a great time of the year, that blast period here at Kent. We got great pedigree in that tournament. Didn't quite go our way last year.
Oh, I think that's an understatement. Yeah, I think they themselves would say
Yeah.
that they weren't up to scratch last year.
But the talent in that team, well worth coming down to watch.
Nolan Davies comes in again. Gordon tries the same shot, but doesn't quite get all of it. She will get some runs, though. Potentially
Should've
two.
two.
Yeah, come back for two. Good running.
Yeah.
But, of course, the men's team are in this new era, just like the women's team
Yeah.
are. So Adam Hollyoakin is Kent men head coach. I'm sure he'll want them to get off to a good start at home as well. So the Surrey match actually sold quite a few tickets already, so I would get them now as soon as you can, really. Nolan Davies comes in again.
Cool.
Gordon thwacks that, almost like a
Does,
tennis
yeah.
shot.
I like this.
Good run as
Good
well.
running, yeah. Good quick single there for Gordon. She's certainly showing that intent now.
Mm. But this is exactly what she's able to do after seeing off that newish ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And she'll be on strike for that last over of the power play. Kent women 26 for 1. Yeah, lots to look forward to this summer for Kent. Not just the Kent sides. We've got some international sides coming down this way to Canterbury.
Yeah, England women are opening the international summer, and In the Stars has made it Charlotte Edwards' first game
Yeah,
as
amazing.
head coach. So a Kent legend coming back as England head coach. That's on Wednesday the 21st of May here at the San Lorenzo.
Brilliant.
And you can get your tickets on the Kent website now, tickets.kentcreate.co.uk.
Superb.
That did sound nice, didn't it? The San
It
Lorenzo.
does. Hardwick coming in to Gordon. Again, that's a beautiful shot there from Gordon. There's that power through cover. Blistering through shore there. 4 runs, raced away. This is what we wanted to see from Gordon now. She's catching up. 20 off 21 now. And Kent up 30 off what I think. No loss of wicket in this over. Gordon going at it. It's coming back in our favour.
Yeah, they're now up to 3.3 and over. Required is 3.9. So they
Yeah.
have upped that
Yeah,
scoring rate. That
really
shot,
all off the back of Gordon.
yeah, that shot was greeted by Chelsea dagger by the Fratellis.
Yeah. Again, still no William. They've now packed out that cover side. 2 fielders in there now. Hardwick coming in. Ooh, and it was hit for a time in the air towards that short cover.
Took their hand off there.
Yeah. Hardwick's been very impressive. No loose deliveries down the leg side. She's done well.
Yeah, both the opening bowlers have been good for Derbyshire.
Yeah,
Be interesting to see how their spinners get on.
absolutely. That's why the match, I think, will be won and lost. Hardwick back in, drifting up, driven. Yes, an airy. This is what I saw last year against us. Gordon hitting over the top, a couple bounces into the rope down there at long off. Looks like the keeper now is asking for the helmet. Obviously he's seen that Gordon is taking a few steps out of the crease. That was a lovely shot. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
To Hardwick, you can get down. You do need to put the energy on the ball. And Gordon's done superbly there. Up to 24 now.
Like you said, I was getting flashbacks to last year there with Amy Gordon in a Surrey shirt.
Yes.
Was doing that quite a bit.
Yeah.
To our much younger Kent women's side that day.
Mm-hmm.
Delighted to say that most of those players that played that night are still in the pathway. So
Great.
they're
Yeah.
playing some age group cricket this summer. Many of them should be here today as well.
Back in, keep now up, or good take from them. Didn't quite get up that ball. A swish from Gordon and no run.
Yeah, 2 boundaries already off this over. They are sort of going for it now, aren't they? Oh well, Amy Gordon.
Yeah,
especially.
2 balls left in this power play. Tossed up again, well bowled. Looks like the bringing the keeper up, being 9 to go up to the stumps has worked. So last ball, the power play. What do you do here, Liam? Do you go for it, or do you see it out?
I'd see it out. They've done more than enough work. Hope I've not cursed anything now.
Oh no! And it's a tremendous shot, almost going all the way for 6, straight down the ground from Gordon, just pitching inside the rope. 1 bounce for, but that was a glorious shot down to long off. Well, what a finish!
That's why I don't play cricket.
Well, she listened to you there, didn't she? Yeah. So that's it. 38 for 1 after 10, Kent there, and I would say in balance, we're at the required rate, just 1 down. You know, it's probably Kent's power play in the end there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the slow start vindicated by that big hitting at the end.
Yeah.
I think we are going to get some spin now.
This is what I'm intrigued about here. How much spin do the Derbyshire bowlers get?
You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, supported by Cluberly. Thanks very much to the guys at Cluberly for supporting women's cricket by sponsoring today's stream. My name's Liam, I'm with Cameron, and we'd love to hear from you. If you want to get in touch, you can get in touch with us at livestream@kentcricket.co.uk.
Yeah, I still need glasses. So please reach out. And we need some suggestions about the pitch. I like San Lorenzo, but potentially there's
better, do you think?
Well, it's hard to be better than if it's the literal translation, but
Yeah.
you never know.
So,
Yes, who is this?
Gemma Rose
Gemma Rose, yeah.
is coming on to bowl.
Leggy.
Right arm leg spin. Sturge has tried to go after her straight away there.
Interesting though from Darlow, the skipper, bringing the leggy on from the Necton Road end, going against the slope.
Here comes Rose again, down the leg side. Sturge makes the most of that one. That could be
Yeah.
going for 4. The fielder won't get there. 4
Excellent.
more.
Really well put away there. Loose delivery down the leg side. Had to be put away, and it was. Each boundary greeted well here by the locals.
So, Gemma Rose, new signing for Derbyshire this year.
Okay.
She was at Cumbria last year. Home club is Chester Boughton Hall Cricket Club. And here she is at the San Lorenzo,
At the San Lorenzo, yeah.
playing for Derbyshire. Here's more of the leg spin of Gemma Rose as she comes in. Flight on that one. There is a hint of turn there already.
Derbyshire have this history of producing really great players. Similar, not quite to the extent of Kent, but similar. You know, likes of Sue Redfern, Catherine Bryce, Sarah Glenn. Oh,
That's gone far. That's just bounced again. Fielder won't get there. And Megan Sturge is joining Amy Gordon,
yeah.
trying to hit it out of the ground.
Really impressed there with the use of her feet there, getting deep into the crease and plundering that one towards Cow. 1 bounce for 2 boundaries in this over.
The run rate is now over the required rate. That's the most hard 2 words I can ever say. Here comes Rose again then. What will Sturge do? She'll go again. There is a fielder there. It bounces just in front. And they will get a single.
You can just see the momentum now going to Kent's favour. It's excellent.
It's exactly what we were crying out for about 3 overs ago, wasn't it? Just start to put the game back on to the bowlers. As Rose finishes up here with her last delivery of the over. Gordon goes for it again, pulls it.
Should really be 2, I feel. Settle for 1.
I think there's an apology there from Megan Sturge. I think Gordon wanted the 2. Sturge wasn't quite in sync. End of the over. Kent women 48 for 1.
10 off it.
Not bad.
Yeah, absolutely. So will there be a change here from the pavilion end. Hardwick, who has been bowling. I think it will be a change.
Yes, this
Hardwick's,
could be the
yeah.
skipper.
Okay, well, Hardwick's spell 5 overs, none for 20.
Yes. So just as Megan Belt brought herself on, Adriana Darlow is bringing herself on now. Off spin.
Again, an interesting one here because she's bowling against the slope.
Yes.
Is this a tactic or is this just not being used to the San Lorenzo?
I suppose. I think looking at the wickets that Kent lost last week, they were all played to straight deliveries.
Right.
So
Bowl it straight, yeah.
maybe this would help straighten the ball out a little bit.
She comes in for a first delivery. Nice bit of flight. Dipping down. Thoughts of a quick single, but no run there.
Lots of shouts of encouragement from the field.
Comes in, flighted up again down the leg side. And well put away there from Gordon.
She's cashed in there.
Yeah, again, full toss on the pads. No one out there. Deep square and four runs.
50 up for the horses.
Well, where we were 3 or 4 overs ago, we were 12 off 8 overs. That's remarkable.
That's some turnaround, isn't it?
It is
Maybe
indeed.
Gordon now on 33 off 29 balls. Megan Sturge 10 off 13.
I must say it's something that I've noticed here. It's intriguing me how they don't place fielders on deep square to the off spinner. Again, just tap back this time because any balls on the pad, any batsman or batter who can use that sweep shot, get full value with no protection out there.
Is this a tactic then, trying to get that sweep shot?
Quite possibly drifted up again. Well bowled, well fielded off her own bowling.
She is trying to play it front-footed, straight on.
Yeah, just have to be careful of it not turning through the gate. Darlow coming in, getting outside a stump, slashed away there. 1 run out to the boundary rider at deep cover. That's all that's needed. Get a boundary in the over, a couple singles. Happy days.
Yeah. Still over that required rate.
Change of field for Sturge here. Darlow bringing up long off to mid off here. And that ball almost found its way there. Just cut off by Shaw at cover. No run. So that brings Darlow's first over to a close. 5 off it. Yeah, tidy start all round, but Kent will certainly be happier, I think, right now.
I think if you're one of the batters that's next in, you're going to feel much better than if you were, if we hadn't have started that upping that scoring rate.
Yes, you're happier than 20 minutes ago.
Yes. Yes. Still plenty more firepower to come, of course.
I was hearing you talk to Laura about Jennifer Gier.
Yes. Described by Laura as a gun player.
Yeah.
So here's Gemma Rose again then.
Oh,
Amy
aerial.
Gordon has just missed the fielder there. That was dangerous for a split second. Just misses the out hand of Caitlin McDonald. And that's 4 more for the horses.
She does have great power when she hits down the ground. As I say, this is very reminiscent of last year. I thought it was a real coup when I heard that we had snapped her up.
Yeah, it was quite an early announcement as well. As Rose comes in to Gordon, left alone. Yeah, Amy Gordon was announced before the actual full squad was announced because it was such a marquee signing. I think she was convinced to join by the setup here, the history here, and the opportunity she'd have. As Rose comes in again, Gordon edges that one. If there was a slip there, they would have been in trouble, but it's rolling down. The fielders trying to get there, and they will just stop it. Good fielding by Jessica Cowser.
No slip to the leggy here. Looking to protect these runs. It's coming a lot more easier now for Kent.
But like you say, they've got their boundary now. Just play each ball as it comes now. As Gordon goes over the head of Caitlin McDonald.
Once again.
And the 50
teasing
partnership is up, and most of that has gone to Amy Gordon.
Well, superb shot again. Like I say, just tantalising out the reach of the Derbyshire fielder there, but again, a very strong shot down the ground. It's only a matter of time, you'd imagine, until both fielders are out, long on, long off. And then she can just milk it down the ground after that. But yeah, Rose has had a bit of a tough start here. 1.4 overs into it, 20 off it. The Kent batters have taken a liking to her. Yep, and with that, long off goes out.
Left alone. She had the ability to do that, didn't she, after 2 boundaries in the over?
Absolutely.
Finishing up then for Rose. Comes in. There's a lot of turn on that one. Gordon just hits it out, gets the single. Sturge wants to. Gordon's not interested. I think she wants to strike.
I've been accused of that many a time. Great counting.
So 13 overs gone. Kent women 64 for 1. Good start after a slow burner of her first few overs.
But they saw out that initial burst from the openers. And now, okay, Singer's not around to capitalise, but Gordon has remained and is doing brilliantly now. I'm sure the Kent hierarchy, Hockley and so on, will be very pleased with this start.
Bit of a conference as we look to see who's going to bowl the next over for the visitors. Darlow is around.
Surprised if she comes off.
Laura Shaw's in conversation as well.
Oh, it does seem like there'll be a change. Just the one over skipper Darlow. Perhaps the idea is that she'll be bringing herself on from the netting road end. Perhaps.
Yeah, Caitlin McDonald comes on.
Will this be our first bit of left arm bowling of the
It
day?
is left arm medium.
Okay, here we go.
Just trying something new. Obviously Kent haven't had a left arm pacer.
Yep, 4 out.
And down the slope as well.
Big gap through third though.
Quite a wide run up.
Comes in for a first delivery. Oh, Chinese cut, almost taking out the stumps. 1 run down to fine leg there. Bit fortunate there for Gordon.
Yeah, she's not happy with herself after that.
But they're leaving that tempt for her there with the mid-off up. Now Sturge back on strike. Swing in the air there. Well bowled. Tap towards cover.
Would you expect a ball to keep swinging at 13 overs old?
I think so, yeah. I don't. Apart from this little dash now, it's not really been bashed around. If they look after it, it could go till 18th over or so. Back in. Fuller again. Yorker length dug out there by Sturge. And a no run out to point.
That's a very pronounced swing on that one.
Yeah. But you can, as the batter, you can see it early because it's straight from the hand. The difficulty is when it comes off the pitch. That's when you're in real strife. But you know it's coming into you here as the right-hander. Once again, now on the pads. Yep, quick single out. Oh, no, I think it would have been rather tight, but I think Nightingale, the keeper, she just a little stump with the ball there.
Parried the ball, and I think the gloves were the thing that removed the bird.
Yep.
Without the ball in hand.
It's hard to tell, even on the replay, how close that would have been with a direct hit, but I feel Gordon was struggling a tiny bit. She didn't head off straight away. Oh, yeah, she would have been. Chance. McDonald coming in now to Gordon. Oh, full toss. Lovely. Smashed away, and that will be 50 for Gordon. Every time See her play here. She brings it up in a wonderful way, smashing it through. Deep backward square for 4. Great start in a Kent shirt for Gordon.
Raises her bat to the players' balcony. They're all out there clapping away. The members here, before filling in their scorecards, have applauded the innings so far as well. Lovely to see from a new signing, isn't it?
Brilliant. And reminiscent to the short innings as well. And back on it this time from McDonald after that loose one. And that's Kent 70 for 1 after 14. An excellent start out. Hits 50 and now looks like she's having a drink here, Gordon.
I think she's out one.
So tell us, as your job as the social media communications maestro here at Kent, what's the best bit about your job?
Oh, blimey.
And if anyone wants to hear more in depth about this, we actually did a whole podcast.
We did.
So
we
go
did.
and find that
That
one out.
seems like an age ago now. It was in here, wasn't it?
It
we
was.
recorded it in here. Best part of my job.
Apart from seeing me occasionally.
I think being part of the wins, regardless of which team it is, the wins make it worth turning up for. Then you get that spring in your step the next day.
You must
and
have
you
loved
go
last
again.
year then,
Yeah. Well, we've started well this year, men's team.
Very good start this year.
So, last couple of weeks for the men's side has been rather enjoyable. Harlow switching ends here. Has found the edge of Sturge, but it could go all the way.
Just caught up with be the 2, but yes, Darlow was changing ends. Makes a lot more sense, at least to me, have the off spinner bowling with the slope on the Nacton Road end.
It's well fielded in the end by Jessica Cowser. So here's the skipper, Darlow, in using the slope.
She seems a lot quicker than our spin bowlers. A bit flatter, but then ours was getting turned with that drift. So
yeah, I think Megan Belt can dart them in like this, but I think she herself was trying to put more flight on it as Darlow comes in again. Sturge hits that off the legs into the onside. I'll get a single.
I've had the displeasure of facing Megan a few times, and it's incredibly difficult, I must say, to know which way it's supposed to be going.
I'm sure she'll enjoy hearing that.
Yeah.
Darlow into the 4th ball of her second over after switching ends to the Nacton Road end. In she comes. Amy Gordon flat batted straight back at her. Well defended.
Gordon just has to start again now. She's got to landmark. If she stays in for another 10 overs, this game will be,
Be lovely to see.
Sharp.
It's a lovely, lovely little shot. Nicely cut away. One of those picture poses.
Yeah,
where
well
the
timed.
front leg goes out to the side and then just swipes the bat through. But again, 4 runs off the over already. Keep it ticking over. Happy days.
Absolutely. Again, if you're listening in, come and join us at the ground here. See some of this striking from Gordon. Big fan of Sturge here, just milking these singles, getting Gordon back on strike. Keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Lovely bit of shadow bat in there from Megan Sturge at the end of the over as well.
I think best shadow batter in the world, Mohammed Rizwan.
Okay.
Yeah, superb, anyone.
Fair enough.
Plays half the match before it's begun. It's great.
I saw a video with Justin Langer yesterday where he said that before every time he went out to bat, he would tap the ball with his bat, keep you up 100 times before he was allowed to go out there.
Well, yeah, I'll say after this ball from McDonald. Oh, well bowled again. Dug out by Sturge. It's running away to third. Just the one there. Yes, I saw in the IPL game yesterday, I think it was, who was the opener? Wonderful player, so good, Abhishek. And he was doing it like a tennis racket off the edge of his bat. And I thought, oh, he's getting his eye in. Got a 2-ball duck, didn't he?
So it doesn't always work.
Doesn't always work. McDonald coming into Gordon again. That's where she wants it. And that driving range didn't quite get this one. No run to mid-off.
Tried to heave that away, didn't she? You
Yeah.
can tell she put the extra effort in there, but didn't quite get behind it properly.
She just needs to time it. The shots that have gone away were the ones where she's not looked over hit. Left armour coming back in. Oh, it's a nice hit. It's going towards the fielder there. Oh, and it's been dropped. To a few joyful cheers from the crowd. It was a big hit out to Cal, but the field around there did get there with some time to spare, and it looked like she had it for a while, but it just seeped out. And only the one for Gordon, but that's a life for the Kent batter.
I think she was on the move, but yeah, you should really hold on to those. We saw it in our innings as well, didn't we?
We did. Oh, and that's
Blimey.
not wide delivery. But yeah, that's a bit of a killer there for the Derbyshire players. Gordon, who's been striking it so well, to be put down on 51.
It's that San Lorenzo atmosphere getting in the opposition's heads.
Oh, tap there by Sturge. Good quick single. Excellent. Any game where we play Surrey here, the atmosphere is absolutely incredible.
Yes. I mean, we're quite lucky in a way that our first men's T20 is against Surrey here.
I've never really felt sorry for Surrey players until I once sat near the lime tree and Jamie Overton was fielding near there. Got a barrage of abuse. And it comes again. Oh,
blimey.
Yeah, again, that Yorker, that very full length, and just stabbed away for none.
Quite nonchalantly there, wasn't it?
Kent women 78 for 1 after 16 overs. Very good start here.
Yeah, I think we've reached peak crowd now. I think the family zone is looking quite full for a non-T20 match.
Yeah, and the sun is now kind of gone away, hasn't it?
Yeah, especially where we are. As
Oh.
Darlow's in again.
Big turn.
A lot of turn there. Almost turned a bit too much. Sturge sort of signals down saying that that turned a bit. In comes the Derbyshire captain again. Sturge more behind this one. Won't get a run though. Well fielded.
I always enjoy it, and I'm guilty of this as well, as a batter, where it doesn't matter if it's swing or spin, and if it goes a long way and you go to your partner and you show them how like they've not been watching.
In comes Darlow again. More of an aggressive shot there from Megan Sturge. That's nicely timed. She'll only get one for it though. But yeah, I think Kent have just settled into a rhythm now, haven't they? They know what they need to do, and I think they're well on track to get there. Darlow comes in again.
Oh.
Gordon chips this one up. It should be out, and it's dropped.
Honestly, I thought you'd absolutely done them in there.
I believe that's Ella Porter there with a drop.
Difficult chance though over her head.
It was like the Tilly Callahan one in the first innings where she was running away from the ball and it was coming over her shoulder, so you can't really blame her there, but it looked like she'd reeled it in.
That's
But Gordon
2 lives
survives.
now
Yeah.
for Gordon. Just needs to settle down a touch. Got to a 50 and has been dropped twice since.
What will Darlow do now then? Comes in again. Lovely bit of turn in. Sturge looks to the heavens saying that she should have got some more runs out of that. Tries that shot again after the end of the over. Kent women 80 for 1 now.
Well, almost hitting their total of last week.
Over that, it was 66 last week.
66?
Yeah.
I thought it was 80 something.
But you can tell they've really taken the coaching notes.
Yeah. I don't know what the pitch was like in that game, in that Middlesex game. This one looks, I guess, a touch better, or we're not giving any
Not sure.
leeway for the pitch, no. McDonald coming in for a third over here. Again, Another full toss been bashed away, and it will run away to the boundary. Well put away by Gordon. Perhaps what she needed just to reset a little bit. That's been a couple times now. McDonald's not just drifted onto the pads, but full toss, which Gordon's gleefully put away. And each one of those is just, you know, edges Kent towards that final total.
No ball as well.
No ball as well. Free hit. Wow. The 4th or 5th of the day. Will we see something? Give us a prediction, Liam.
Let's say 6. Let's go positive.
Okay.
I accept no responsibility.
Well, you were close. You're only 6 away.
Yes, very true.
But well bowled, to be fair. Good Yorker outside off stump.
Very good recovery. I think Derbyshire's bowlers have actually been much tighter than Kent's have been, especially at the start. They got themselves into a really good position, and then Amy Gordon took it upon herself to try and hit as many runs as she can to make up a bit of a run deficit, and Kent find themselves 85 for 1 now, only needing 105 to win.
The spin has been the difference, though, so far. Obviously a long way to go. Wide down the leg side there, well taken by Nightingale. But at this point, you had the stranglehold of Kent's 4 spinners. Whereas you've had the 2 overs from Rose, who's had to be taken off. And so it's just Darlow from one end at this point. I think that is where Kent has got themselves a bit in the lead in this game. Again, bit of a heave there from Gordon. This time to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, you're right. I think Megan Belt's captaincy was really good as well. Bringing on bowlers at the right times. Obviously set some really good fields. He said that there was a point where there was no boundary for over 12 overs in the first innings.
And again, touch shorter this time. Slapped away by Gordon just for 1 out to deep cover. Yeah, I think also she wasn't afraid to keep on the bowlers who were doing well. I think there's a lot of clamour to kind of chop and change sometimes to keep bowlers fresh. But no, if they're going well, keep them on. Just a full toss, drill down the ground. He gets past that field, and I think that'll run away. It does. Lovely shot from Sturge. Superb. Lovely straight to the green.
Nolan Davies, the quite elaborate dive there. Fair play. Can't quite get there. She's annoyed with herself that she didn't reach that, but the effort was put in.
Yeah. Now under 100 for Kent needed to win this game. And they're doing it quite a canter right now. Sorry, everyone. Ooh. Down the leg side, wides. It may even be... No, it is stopped. Probably should have been 2 there.
Yeah.
Just the 1. I wonder if there was a stumping chance there. Sturge kind of losing balance a little bit. Nightingale couldn't keep up with it and maybe got away with one there, but definitely the running hasn't quite been as good as the Derbyshire openers, but making up for it in other ways.
They've doubting boundaries, really, haven't they?
They have, but they've been getting 4 balls as well. I don't think the Kent bowlers gave as many of those away. Coming to Gordon now again. A bit of a swipe. Dragged from outside off to mid-wicket and no run. Gordon looking a bit frustrated. She's doing so well, she just needs to keep her shape.
Yeah, there's no time for a little silly mistake now. She's well in.
Oh. Good. Just, you know, let them know you've got it in your locker. Bit of mind games. What I would, we are quite ahead of the game here, Ken. What you don't want to do is give away that momentum with doing something silly.
We've seen it countless times before in cricket, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Where teams went on top and then they managed to...
Oh, well bowled. Was there a bit of bat on that? Again, Nightingale standing up, couldn't quite pull it in, and that'll be 2 runs. But is it buys, or was that off the bat? It looks like it was off the bat, so a chance. A drop there. Difficult for the keeper standing up to the seamer, but that's the 3rd drop of Gordon since she's got to a 50.
It's a slight miscommunication again between the two batters running in. Megan Sturge wasn't really sure if she was coming back. Obviously, it was Gordon's call. It was on her side. So these two really just need to get more in tune, Cameron.
Don't bring me back onto the subject of tunes. She's very tidy, isn't she, Sturge? Compact player.
So here's Darlow. Hoiked away, misfield there. Unlucky, it's bubbled over her, really. It's bubbled over Caitlin McDonald.
Well rocked back onto the back foot there.
Just one of those used pitches. It's just kicked up off them and gone over her shoulder. That's unlucky. Darlow comes in again. Left alone by Amy Gordon, who's now on 60 not out.
Oh,
my Lord. That's gone high into the air.
Remarkably, only gets one for that shot.
I thought it was going out the ground.
Yeah. She does have a lot of power, Gordon.
She has that ability to time it really well as well. As Darlow comes in again. Sturge
That's a
turns
quick
that round
single.
the corner.
Ooh, direct hit.
Yeah.
I think she would have been in trouble there. Gordon puts up her hand and apologises. They have a very, very straight mid-off here. This is quite intriguing. And we've seen Gordon go through that wide mid-off area a couple of times already today. Again, back onto that back foot. Could be pushing for two here. Again, no. It's happy with the one.
Into the over 99 for one. One off that 100 mark.
Do we know what Amy Gordon's top score?
I've looked at it, but I don't want to say it.
Oh gosh, okay.
I was going to say that. But she's doing well, let's say.
She's doing well, yeah. It's always good when the commentators are superstitious, isn't it?
So are we having another change of bowling here, or is it?
It looks it, yeah. Nolan Davies, opener, who's got the one and only wicket for Derbyshire, coming now from the pavilion end for a second spell with keeper standing up, interestingly. She comes in, drifts it up, and again mistimed, looking to go straight down the ground there, Gordon. Interesting move this to bring Nolan Davies back. I think she's been the most impressive of the bowlers on display so far.
Yeah, I think Gordon would have picked out long on if she'd have actually connected with that.
Coming back in. Again, losing her shape, but it'll be one out to deep square. And the 100's up for the Kent women in the 20th over. Excellent work. This change of bowling, it does seem like Derbyshire, they think it's a bit now or never, bringing in what seems their strike bowler.
I mean, you have to commend. They're trying. They're trying to mix it up, try and get that breakthrough, because the old saying, one brings two brings three. You never know.
Comes into Sturge now. It's a nice shot again. Driven out to deep cover for another single. This is literally all they have to do, though. Sturge's job here is, I think, just to marshal it. I imagine Gordon's going to carry on her merry way of being aggressive, which is fun for us watching. But Sturge is very important to this innings, just gluing it all together. Nolan Davies running in to Gordon this time. Better connection with that one. Again, just the one, well fielded out there at Cal.
Millie Gray there, launching it back into the middle.
for Nolly Davis. Well bowled and just tap back next time from Sturge. But Kent have played themselves into a position here where they don't need to take any risks off any balls they don't feel they need to. Just wait for that loose delivery.
Yeah, just see what's there, really. No need to force the issue.
Again, well bowled from Nolly Davis and defended from Sturge.
They have got the ground for the whole day, so they can use it if they want to.
Yeah.
There's no one rushing them to get finished. So strong passage of play for Kent women here.
Always good to see the youngsters out on the boundary edge also playing over there.
Yeah, looks like quite an intense game of win-ball cricket over there.
Yeah, many a game I've had. Yeah, at the San Lorenzo. People still allowed to go onto the outfield?
In the county championship, yes.
Right.
For white ball cricket, because the ground is only half an hour at the most turnaround. Ground staff want to work on wickets, bowlers want to bowl through. So Darla comes in for another over. Goes under the fielder there. Amy Gordon swept that for 4.
Been good use of that sweep shot from Gordon. Very handy when she's got that power down the ground, but she can also take you through the leg side like that.
Yeah, I think it's Rose that just misfielded there at the last delivery from Darlow. And she comes again. Gordon waits for that one on the back foot, cuts it away straight to the fielder, Jessica Kauser. Darlow's in again. Gordon, back foot, crunches it away. Another good stop.
Off the knee.
Might hurt. Don't rub it.
Yeah.
Applauding the other teammates. Darlow's in. Gordon guides that down.
Nice little dab.
Lovely little dab. Guaranteed runs off that if you do it correctly. And one more. Gordon 69 not out. Off 63. Sturge 25 not out. Partnership must be worth quite a bit now. Darlow comes in. Sturge digs it out. And there's no run.
Yeah, the scoreboard doesn't have the fall of the last wicket on it.
Yeah. It will on the hand operated one, annoyingly, when Darlow comes in.
Oh.
Guided away, Sturge.
Won't quite make it to the boundary, I don't believe.
So the partnership's currently worth 95. It's off
Excellent.
83.
Oh, it's been superb for Kent.
It's exactly what Kent needed after a slow start.
Yeah. Seems a long time ago now.
Major laser delights the crowd. You can see a few families of the players gathered down there outside the Oriel at Lime Tree Cafe, really enjoying a coffee.
And again, plenty of people on the boundary are looking over as well from the flats over there. Lucky people.
Nolan Davies is getting another over here from the pavilion end.
Yes, coming into Gordon here on 69. Down the leg side, just flicked off the pads, no run. Nolan Davies running in once more. Is this going to pierce the gap there? It does. Will it run away for 4? Oh, good effort, but it has gone away to the boundary. Gordon piercing that gap off the back foot now. 100
partnerships up, 102 runs from 90 balls. Megan Sturge and Amy Gordon.
Gordon with 70 of them. Superb. Well applauded by the locals here. Must say, after the big hype I gave her, I'm very relieved right now. Coming in once more, Noni Davies. Oh, a bit of a hack and straight back to the bowler, no run.
I got excited then. I thought I could hear a Spitfire engine, but it's, according to my flight radar, it's just a Cessna. So carry on, everyone. We do get a few fly over, actually. Must be on one of the flight paths for the experiences that they do.
And once again, to go onto the back foot this time.
Good stop.
Yeah, good stop by cover. They should do it. They should time it with whenever there's a Spitfires game on.
Now you've led me in brilliantly to one of my favourite stories working here. Must have been pre-COVID, so 2019. Sean Dixon scored 100 for Kent here.
Driven again. She's got that gap once more, and that one's going to race away in the exact same place for Gordon. Through that extra cover region. Lovely shot, well timed. When she doesn't look to overhit, really superb.
Yeah, Sean Dixon scored 100 and raises his bat to the changing room, and the red arrows fly over the ground.
Gosh, that was well timed.
It was unbelievable.
It was really good of you to put that on for him.
I think they were coming back from Folkestone Air Show. It just happened that he'd scored 100 and then they got a flyover.
Oh, Davies coming in once more. Well defended off the back foot that time by Gordon. Do they persist now? That's the end of her 7th over. Nolan Davies, 8 off it. Maybe it change up. If I'm honest with you, I'm looking at how well James did, the leggy from this end. Only needing 73 now. I'd be bringing back Gemma Rose, but from the pavilion end, and seeing if she can get any turn like James did.
Well, it's very much time to twist, isn't it, rather than stick?
Yeah.
Although it does seem that Darlow is going for another over from the Naxton Road end. Gordon's having a look at her gloves there. She's been out there for quite a while now. Just over an hour and 20 minutes. It's Boney blast out the speakers as Darlow comes in to Sturge. Sturge right behind it. Good defensive stroke for no run. Kent win 117 for 1.
We hope Sturge can be around for a few more games after this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Liv Barnes bowled well as well.
Yeah.
Darlow comes in. Sturge this time tries to whip it off her hips. Doesn't get anything for it though.
But if they're not around, it's an opportunity for someone else.
Absolutely. There is a big squad. It's a squad of 23, including the lone players. So plenty of opportunities for those that missed out on selection for today. Darlow comes in. Sturge tries to hit that through the gap. Doesn't quite get there though.
Well fielded there at the cover. Diving there, one of the old
Caitlin
wickets.
McDonald again. She's almost like their Grace Poole.
A magnet.
Everything's going to her. Darlow comes in again. Sturge. This time dissects that little gap. And the horses will get another run. 72 needed to win now. Darlow's in again to Gordon. Gordon drives. Again, fielders. They are still
well.
putting a shift in, aren't they?
Well, Derbyshire.
In comes Darlow. Gordon, back foot, cuts that out to the. I think it's. Who's that? Is it Shaw out there? So, end of the over. Kent are 119 for 1. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream. Proudly sponsored by Cluberly today. Thanks to the guys at Cluberly for allowing us to stream this game for free on our YouTube channel. I'm Liam. I'm here with Cameron. We'd love to hear where you're listening in from. If you are listening in, you can see there's a fair few of you tuned in at the minute watching this Kent run chase. You enjoying it? Any comments? Let us know. Live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Now it's another over for Nolan Davies, isn't it?
Yeah, they've kept her on. Wrapped Gordon on the pads. That was going down leg. So they've decided to stick rather than twist. I'm sure Gordon's quite happy to have the seam still on, to be honest with you. Nice looking shot for none.
Slight breeze now. Can see the leaves in the trees on the Nexton Road swaying a little bit more in the wind.
Certainly not as warm as it was earlier.
No, absolutely not.
Good run taken there. Just hits the left of the fielder. I think it's Hardwick there who had to run around at mid-off. Now have a single to the total. Brings up the 120 for Kent. Nolan Davies coming to Sturge now. And that is carved away beautifully there by Sturge. And she gets the boundary. Really excellent shot there. Driving with an angled bat. Slashing it through. And it just ran away from the deep cover fielder there for 4.
She may have hurt herself there, the fielder.
I hope not.
Physio is right there, fortunately. Yep. So I think a bit of treatment's going to go on.
I never enjoy diving over these ropes. Give me those cushion ones any day.
The Toblerones.
They're Toblerones.
Yeah, there is going to be a stoppage here. That's the Derbyshire physio. I think it's a... It does...
Oh, it looks like there will be a... Is that Harriet Parkin perhaps coming on as a sub-fielder? It looks like it will.
It's Shaw as well with the injury. After batting so well.
Derbyshire fans would not like to see that.
Looks like the left hand hit the rope, potentially went between the rope and the rest of her body, and has got squashed there. She's in visible pain, and the Derbyshire physio has just taken her off. Parkins come on as sub-fielder. We wish Shaw all the best. Hopefully she comes back out there.
Dave's coming back in. Well, back on it, good response. And Sturge again, strongly in behind it. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Sturge, actually. It's not given a chance away here. It's been rock solid the entire innings so far.
Yeah, there's not been really many chances, he says.
Again, just drifting down leg side off the 5 pad and no run. Number 5 off it. Can't be very happy with that. So Kent women are 124 for 1 after 24 overs, almost halfway through their innings. I cannot imagine this innings is going to go the duration. So I'm going to go one way or the other.
Oh, definitely, yeah. There's Rascal Flats. Life is a Highway comes out the speakers now. Good playlist, this.
Beg to differ.
Big shout out to Emily Thompson, the other Kent wicket keeper. There's 2 on the staff here listening in on the commentary. Glad to hear you enjoying the coverage. Now, that last delivery went for no run. I'm going to do something that you probably shouldn't do working in sales and marketing for a cricket club, is that tell everyone that's listening now is that we are doing free entry from 3 o'clock. So 5 minutes time as Darlow comes in again. Gordon drives. Quick single here, misfield.
Should be 2 there, should be 2.
Bit of a mix-up. Again, mix-up. So yeah, free entry now, everyone. If you're in Canterbury and you're watching this stream, you didn't quite fancy paying the £6 an adult to get in. It's now free entry. So head down to the San Lorenzo and come and watch Kent women.
Who looks like, touch wood.
I'm not going to say it.
It looks like they are cantering along.
Oh, lovely. Darlow comes in again. Sturge, 32 not out of 46.
Darlow's been steady from that end.
Yeah, she has done well, going out under fours.
But they've definitely not utilised spin as Kent did.
Here she comes again then.
Oh.
Sturge goes over the top. Skewed a little bit behind her. But safe, and they'll get a run.
Gordon on to 80.
I'm not giving anything away.
But clearly we haven't gone past it yet.
Or have we? No cheating allowed. Okay, end of the over there. Kent women 1-2-6 for 1. You're listening to the Kent live stream. Supported by Cluberly. And Kent women only need 64 to win at the halfway stage now of their innings. The players will now have a drinks break. I think Amy Gordon and Megan Sturge have both earned a bit of a drink. And they're getting a drinks runner each. Elsa Barnfather and Zena Bilal are both out there carrying the drinks.
Yeah.
Fair play. Maybe a message on the bottle.
Don't change anything.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But it's been a remarkable kind of turnaround from just last week. Fed those demons. Really good bowling performance.
Yeah.
And then I think all eyes were on this batting display.
I think it's a testament to the team, really. They had obviously the result last week. Obviously, might have been some nerves. First home game of the season. Knew that a fair few people were coming in today. And they've just performed with both bat and ball and in the field as well. Only one real misfield from skipper Megan Bout, who then promptly brought herself onto bowl and got a wicket. So all round, it's been quite a good day for the horses, regardless of what happens.
Absolutely, and it was good. They reacted as well to that little burst at the beginning of the Derbyshire Falcons' innings from Shaw and the likes. And to restrict them to below 200 was a really great effort, making this chase a lot easier for the horses.
All smiles there, Amy Gordon speaking to the Kent subfielders.
So, with Amy Gordon's top score, can you reveal, is it 3 figures?
No.
It's not. So regardless, if we get to that milestone...
Well, now you've said that.
I've backed Gordon all day.
I mean...
It's interesting, though, about looking at the worm here, that even though we've been going pretty quickly, we're still below...
It was just the breaks went on, didn't they? Derbyshire looked like they were going so well, and then there was a few quick breakthroughs, and
they were going at 6s.
Yeah.
For a long while.
Yeah. I mean, we're now at 5s, and it doesn't seem like there's much pressure on Kent at the minute.
Does look like Nolan Davis is being bowled out here. Really, Derbyshire desperate for a wicket, needing that breakthrough. No one at third. Little dab shot is on there, coming into Sturge, and that's driven through cover point for 1.
See a few of our sponsors in today as well. Mark from Tassel Solicitors, our men's county championship front of shirt sponsors, enjoying the Kent women's match today.
Coming to Gordon now. Ooh. I believe that was a bump ball, but straight back at the bowler. No run.
It is fantastic to see the member turnout as well. Obviously, the members areas, we know how many members are in. To our left, the pavilion upper this side especially is quite full. Top of the Underwood Knot stands quite full as well.
Is that not wide? Can we check a replay? Is there a replay?
I heard a noise. Maybe this one.
Gordon doesn't seem that impressed.
No, I did.
I think
hear
I'm
something.
with her there. I think that should have given wide, I would have thought. Hey ho, Nolan Davis coming back in. Big swipe at that one outside off stump. Perhaps a bit too far away to really control that. And it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, there was a long conversation, wasn't there, between Gordon and the Nightingale, the keeper.
Nolan Davis running back in. Oh, slower ball out the back of the hand.
Shot.
And driven beautifully through that gap once more by Gordon. That's delightful. Through that extra cover region for the third time in a few overs this against Nolan Davis. Runs away for 4.
Yeah, Nightingale there, almost complaining to Gordon that she felt she should have had some extras there, but Gordon said to Nightingale, "Cry me a river."
That's it. Oh,
We're on.
another wonderful song, that.
Yes,
Yeah.
fair enough.
What response will Nolan Davis have here? On the pads, flicked away. That's a single for Gordon.
It's actually a very well-timed shot.
And well, good counting once more. So the end of that over, 26 done. Kent women 132 for 1. Requiring just 38.
58.
What did I say?
38.
Oh,
I think you
see.
need new glasses already.
See, this is what I need, the suggestions. Yeah, 58. It's a game within a game though now. I think all eyes are on Gordon. Could she bring up
Yeah,
that
definitely.
maiden ton?
Nervous 90s are in sight. Although she hasn't looked very nervous.
In your batting heyday, did you ever get close to this from Gordon?
In my batting heyday, you rotated out after 4 overs anyway.
I see.
So, no
No.
is the answer. And if you got out, you came back in and you just lost 5 runs.
So you only had 4 overs, so you never got given the opportunity. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, I was also playing with a win ball, so... As Darlow's in again. To Gordon, back foot, punch into the onside. She'll get a single for that one. Moves on to 86 from 82. How about you?
What's that? Sorry.
Have you ever turned up?
Yes. Scraped my way over a few times.
Darlow drags that one down a bit, and Sturge takes advantage of a slight misfield from Cowles, kicks the ground in frustration. It's another run to the total, 134 for 1.
A few little mistakes coming in here from Derbyshire. They've been on it in the field all day, but now
comes Darlow again then. Gordon's going to get another single. This is what Kent weren't doing at the start of the innings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So they've now got that confidence to just nerdle it around. Single, single, single. This over so far?
I think after the Middlesex game, they just needed a steady start.
Yeah, 100%. So here comes Darlow again then. Sturge gets behind this one. No run.
Shaw's coming back out here. Looks like, is that an ice pack maybe on?
Yeah, I think there's some ice on the finger.
Will she go out to field again, do we think?
Darlow comes in. Sturge picks out the fielder. It's definitely that left hand, isn't it?
I can't imagine she'll be going back out.
Now, what's going on here? The umpires are on the radio. Might be some people behind the sight screens at the far end, at the Nexton Road end.
Were they just checking if that was over?
Oh, yeah, it was over. Fist bumps in the middle between Sturge and Gordon.
Quite right.
I think they'll both be very happy with how they've played today.
Absolutely, they should be. Will this be Nolan Davies finishing off her spell?
Looks like it. So as you say, this could be the final over, yes, from Nolan Davis. What can she do?
She's run in all afternoon, to be fair. Down the leg side, that one will be wide. Well stopped by the keeper there.
So as someone that's timed up,
Mm.
talk me through the emotions when you're on 87.
Well, especially if you haven't got one before.
Mm.
Let's just get through this. Nice looking shot, but for none. I got stuck in the 80s a good 8 or 9 times before getting to the 90s, because I was more worried about when I got to this point.
Right.
But actually, when I got to the 90s, I don't know, a bit of relief that I just got there.
Okay.
Oh,
Gordon
I
hits
shot straight down
this
the ground.
Straight down the ground.
Just the one. Gets hit 88, yep. But without being reckless, I do feel just get to it. Get to it quickly. Don't.
Fair play.
I was very lucky. I think I got a couple four balls, which I was able to put away for my first. Once again, coming to Sturge here now. Nicely driven. That will be a single.
Can definitely see the confidence there.
Yeah.
The Kent batters know that they're able to get a run almost as soon as they need one. There's no panic whatsoever here.
But saying all that, I feel like Gordon is under such control. She doesn't need to give it away by doing an aerial shot or putting any risk into it. Because it'll be lovely to see her bring up that maiden ton. Played for the back foot straight to Nolan Davis. She's got 2 balls left in her spell. So far gone for 43 and has taken the only wicket of the innings so far. I've been impressed. I, again, touch surprised that we haven't seen a bit more change up the bowlers. Like I say, a bit more spin I thought we were going to be seeing.
Mm.
Back in. Ooh, well bowled again. A little misfield, but no run from it. So do you think we can convince you to play her?
I mean, I loosely played for a friendly team in the Sevenoaks area last couple of years.
Full toss this time. Fielded there. Oh, good effort from her.
Underneath her. It's gone for 4 runs.
It's gone for 4, but she put the effort in, diving forward to try and catch it there.
Gordon moves on
Ella
to
Porter
92.
out there. Yep. What she's done superbly well, Gordon and Sturge, but particularly Gordon. Any loose ball, any of these full tosses on her leg, she has put away.
Mm.
And now she is in those 90s. Free hit.
No,
Oh.
ball as well. Free hit for
Okay,
Gordon.
this is wonderful in the 90s. The curse of the free hit. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
That I think that's at least
3
10.
times.
Well, in this innings, but I mean across the whole day.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's been about 2 runs from 10
Mm.
free hits. It's quite remarkable. But yeah, I'm motivated to try and get you to play a game this year. It's very hard because obviously you're always here.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, I'm keen.
Get you a game down on the south coast of my club.
Just need to find some whites that fit. I do have one of Matt Walker's bats though, so
Oh, there we go.
if I do get contact, it a ping. Starler comes in again. Sturge nurdles it for no run.
One of the players at my club has one of Joe Denley's old bats.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, just a shame about the user, to be honest with you now.
Starler comes in. Bowls to Sturge, who hoiks that into the onside. Well fielded out there. Should have been more than a single, but it is. Good fielding.
Gordon back on strike now. Do you think she'll be feeling those nerves?
Oh, I'm nervous. I don't know about her. Darlow to Gordon.
It's
Punches
easier when
away.
you're out there, believe me.
Okay. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, we will change it.
My top score is 2.
And I bet that's one of the best 2s I've ever seen.
Here comes Darlow again then.
Ooh.
Gordon
Oof.
takes the hand off the bat almost. There is a misfield though, so she will get a run. Moves on to 93.
sometimes you do, when you get into this position, you don't play the shot
Mm.
properly or fully as you would have done previously. Like there, she kind of played it a bit half. Understandable.
I think comes Darlow again then to Sturge. Sturge drives. That's a better stop. It has gone right on the knee. I think it was the same knee of McDonald that got hurt earlier. Double whammy. He was walking off well though.
Bit of indecision between the batters again though, whether to take a single.
Darlow again.
Oh.
Sturge just hits the ground before it reaches, I think.
Yeah. It's been a really controlled chase this by Kent. Hardly any chances given. In fact, after that little spell after Gordon got to her 50, where I think there was 3 drops, been near flawless since then. So who will we be seeing replacing Nolan Davies from the pavilion end? I really do feel Rose and her leg spin would be good to see. So
I don't think it is.
Porter. Ella Porter coming on.
Ella Porter comes into the attack.
Looks like a tweaker.
Yeah, off breaks.
Will she get any purchase up the slope here? Gordon on strike, 93. Still they've kept up. Mid-off. Opportunity there for her. Oh, and it's there. Oh. See, that's my... if she wasn't in the 90s, I believe that ball has been plundered down here. And just left. Rock back onto the back foot. Should be 2 runs there. Backward a point. Running away. Yep. Easy 2. Taking her up to 95.
Again, slight miscommunication for that second run.
Yes, that's the one thing of this chase I would... You know, Rich Durant, if you're listening, as the coach. Just a bit on the run in. Now Porter coming back in. Flatter ball this time. Slap straight to mid-off. I think Gordon would have liked to have hit that either side there. Five needed for her. Wide again. I think that, yeah. Touch too wide there from Porter. Flighted up. Oh, no. Thought of a single off the misfield. Always good not to. It's kind of collective breath being held around the ground here, isn't it? Yeah.
It has got a bit tenser.
Oh, that was there. Gotten away with it. Bit of a thick outside edge. Out to deep cover, just the one. Brings her in one boundary away. Now Sturge facing Porter for the first time. Again, good bit of flight. Oh, bells are taken off by Nightingale, but no, I think
Good back foot presence.
Sturge never left the crease there. But a big wafty drive and missed by some distance.
Now we're assuming that Darla will bowl herself out here.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah. Hands her cap and her sunglasses to the umpire.
Tidy going at what, 3.5.
Yeah.
With the overall run rate going at 5. She's done well, Darlo. I do really believe that's testament to the fact that spin has been difficult to face on this wicket.
I think they fielded really well. And Darla's been bowling as well. You don't want to misfield for your skipper, do you? So,
No.
Gordon, 96 not out. Darlow comes in, bowls. Gordon just nurdles that. Sturge wants the run, and they'll get it.
Quite comfortably. Was that off the pad or was that runs? Leg buys. 150 up for Kent.
150 up. Warm applause from the members in the pavilion. Now we can all breathe a little bit more as Sturge is on strike. It's well fielded. No run there. Darlow's in again.
Oh, lovely.
Sturge has gone for that. She's going to get the reward.
Yeah, really quick onto that back foot.
Just steers it into cow corner. 4 more.
Yeah, the rock of this innings, Sturge. Continuing on. Darlow just getting a bit short there.
And now all of a sudden, Sturge is coming up to a milestone as well.
Yeah.
Darlow's in bowls. Sturge hits it back to her.
And she deserves to get there as well.
Tell you that Megan Sturge's highest score in women's list day cricket for Kent before today was 25.
She's gone far beyond that.
Good day out for her. And would you like to know Amy Gordon's before?
Yeah, go on then.
36 was her highest score before today. As Darlow comes in, Sturge won't get a run there.
You've had me on toast then. I really believe this entire time she was like 93.
No. Well, she was more of a bowler when she first started her career, and she even bowled seam. She didn't even bowl off spin, so she's almost changed her game as a player now. And
all the best do. They go from seamers to offies. Yeah, that's.
Let me guess.
No, but this. So if anything, I think she must just be loving this. You know, as soon as I go out on a limb here, but I imagine she was probably more nervous trying to get to her first 50.
Potentially.
Probably waited so long to try and get to that milestone. This is almost a bonus, and she's playing so well.
So
but let's hope she gets there. 4 needed. Porter coming to bowl. Oh, it's there again for her favourite shot.
It's there to be hit.
She is in 2 minds. What are you doing here, Liam? Are you backing yourself?
No. I'm not.
Tossed up again. More bold. Nicely played down the ground for 1.
97.
Yeah.
The ground exhales all at 1 again.
Yeah, a bit of a lull when Sturge comes on strike. Nothing to do with her.
I mean, she's also 9 off a half century, so
yes,
it would be her first for Kent.
Full toss. Sturge has gone for it.
That's gone miles.
That's a huge hit from Sturge.
Miles.
Into the seating down near the ice cream van.
Grant Stewart-esque.
Absolutely. That was a massive strike from Sturge.
150 partnerships up.
What a way to bring it up. And she goes on to 47 with that huge shot for 6. Again, the Kent players have been putting away those loose balls every single time.
Here we go then. Megan Sturge 47
Yeah.
not out.
Doesn't get it through the gap this time. Straight to cover. No run there. And that finishes the over 7 from it. Kent women 161 for 1, needing just 29.
Gives up that strike. Gordon will face the first ball of this next over. Darlow is now bowled out, of course. So who are they going to bring on? It looks like... Yeah, Hardwick's coming back on.
Yeah. He was very impressive in her opening spell.
Yeah.
But from the pavilion end... But if I was Gordon, this would probably be the last bowler I wanted to face.
Yeah.
An accurate bowler who puts it on the spot, won't give you that loose ball.
So Hardwick changing to the Nackerton Road end. Amy Gordon, 97 not out from 101 deliveries. Can she get her first 100 on home debut for Kent? Hardwick comes in, bowls to Gordon. Gordon tries to hit it, can't quite dissect the field. There's no run.
Might be testing you here, but when was the last women's one-day century?
It would have been last year.
Last year.
Ella Darlington, 150 on debut. Away at Hampshire.
Very good.
Hardwick comes in to Gordon. Gordon swipes at one.
No run.
Doesn't beat the fielder. Beats the bowler. Doesn't beat the fielder backing up. Still on 97 not out from 103 deliveries. Should be looking to reach this milestone as soon as she can, I think. As the Spitfire Ground inhales. Hardwick comes in, bowls, Gordon whacks it into the offside. There's a fielder there. She'll only get a single. Moves on to 98.
She seems to be dealing with the nervous 90s very well.
Yeah, definitely. No full shots or anything.
Yeah, she's put away the lofted ones, fair enough.
But now we move on to Megan Sturge on 47 not out. Hardwick comes in. Bowls, Sturge hits it into the offside fielders there. There won't be any run. They are just playing the correct shots, aren't they? They're not trying to hit it too hard. They're not trying to play the extravagant stroke that might get them out. It's good cricket from the Kent pair.
All the way through this innings they've been doing that, and that's exactly the way they needed to play, chasing this low total.
Here comes Hardwick again to Sturge. Sturge tries to dissect this field as she does. She'll get a single. She'll go up to 48 not out. Leaves one ball left of the over with Amy Gordon on 98 not out of 104 deliveries. Partnership now moves over to 153. So Hardwick comes in past the umpire, bowls, Gordon smashes it. It's going to reach the boundary. Amy Gordon, 100, punches the air. The helmet comes off, salutes the pavilion, almost throws her bat away in excitement. Amy Gordon has scored 100 on Kent List Day home debut. The pavilion are up, the balcony's up. Everyone in the ground is on their feet, saluting Amy Gordon, who has made a sublime innings. She's on 102 not out from 105 deliveries. What a knock.
Absolutely superb from Gordon. All the way throughout, she bided her time to begin with, got herself in, and then those last 2 overs of the power play, she just unleashed, and she hasn't really stopped since. I personally am feeling very smug right now, after thinking that I was going to be putting the mockers on her at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely superb. And to see her better her innings that she played for Surrey against us last year has been very special.
So we start a new over now then. Megan Sturge. It's on 48, moves on to 49.
Yeah, she's the next one that we want to see get over the line for her own milestone. Now, Gordon, do you go for the red inker, or do you go to entertain? You entertain.
Entertain.
Yeah.
Absolutely. She is then on strike.
Full toss. Oh, just tap into the gap. Timed well. That could race away for 4 as well. It has over the practice pitches. Great placement there from Gordon. Another 4 for her. Moves her on to 106. And Kent needing just 18.
You almost forgot about the total needed then. Amy Gordon's 100. Took all the headlines for a second there.
Full toss again, down the leg side, missed by everyone, I believe. And it'll be just a single. Cleaned up by the fielder at the 45. Well, I assume that was a wide. Maybe not. Runs given. Interesting. Anyway, Sturge on strike, 49. Requiring 1. Well, smack down. This time she can't find the gap, hit hard. Towards mid-off.
Good backing up as well.
Yeah. Porter coming back in. Fights up, another full toss. This time she gets it away. And that will be, a misfield. And it will be a 4 as well for her. In the same area as Gordon. She brings up her first 50. Coming back to the county on home debut here at the San Lorenzo. It's been a remarkable knock, actually keeping this innings together. Gordon smiting it around the ground, but Sturge has been the glue. It's been lovely to watch her play.
She's now doubled her previous high score.
What a day.
Very well played.
Flighted again, driven through the covers, the gap there for an easy single for Sturge. And that takes us down to 11 needed. What a partnership.
Yeah, they've looked comfortable throughout, really.
Yeah.
I think Gordon did all the work really with the new ball, got herself in. We were both saying that she's not really scoring at a high rate here, but she might cash in at the end. Cash in she has, and now she's got her first list day 100.
Amazing. And for those in the ground who've seen it, great day.
We were there. We were there. So Hardwick's going to continue. Kentley 12 to win. Sturge on strike on 53. Hardwick's in, bowls. Sturge hits it back to the bowler. There won't be any run. In comes Hardwick again then. Oh, straight back over her head from Megan Sturge.
Oh.
It's hit the knee of a fielder again. It's gone for 4. That might even be Shaw.
Is Shaw back
there.
on?
It might be. Tall enough to be sure. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, no.
Yes.
We almost got all the way through.
But again, that's an unlucky misfield.
Those knees have been getting some battering out there.
I'm getting sympathy pains. Hardwick comes in again. Surge 58 not out now.
Oh, lovely little dab.
Oh, she's found the gap there. Lovely.
Should be 2.
Should be 2. Well run now. Ironically, the communication's got much better.
Funny that when we're almost near the end.
6 to win now for Kent. And Megan Sturge is on 60 not out of 76. Amy Gordon's fantastic 107 of 107 deliveries.
You'd like to see them both walk off together now.
Yeah, 100%. Hardwick comes in.
It's another lovely shot. That should be 2 as well if they push.
Sturge finds the gap.
Don't fancy pushing. To be fair, they have plenty of time.
5 to win.
Does Gordon look to do it in one stroke?
That's another run to the total there.
1 boundary away.
1 hit away. Now surely. Entertain. Or not.
No, I'm tapping this for 1.
Yeah.
Getting to the other end, yeah.
Hardwick's in then. Nicely played
Very
back.
correct, yeah.
Lovely high elbow there from Megan Sturge.
Great replay of it there as well from her. So yes, Kent women 186 for 1. Just 4 needed with another 15 overs to go. This has been some performance from the horses, especially in the context of what happened to them last week.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is exactly what they would have wanted.
A really convincing performance here. Led in the field by Captain Megan Belt, but this innings from Amy Gordon has been a real treat. A real treat to watch, and I hope that she can finish it off here. Field has now come in as well on the offside. Porter coming in, another full toss. Doesn't get it past the fielder at the 45. My guess is a slash through cover for 4.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Thank you very much.
Kent punched the air. Amy Gordon sees it off. Kent win by 9 wickets against the Derbyshire Falcons women. An emphatic performance set up by Megan Belt in the field. Great captaincy, great field settings, wickets shared around the bowlers. A nice bit of wicket keeping as well. Then over to the batters. Amy Gordon, 111 not out. She's out on Nelson, but Kent have won.
Really, really enjoyable day here at the San Lorenzo after what was a difficult defeat in their first game. To have bounced back in this manner has been great. In front of the Law fans here at the Canterbury ground, it's been a real treat. And to see the new players, shout out for James in that first innings.
Yeah, bowled really well.
So their next game.
Yes, if you enjoyed this, why not come down to the ground? Everyone that's watching the stream today, Kent women will play Leicestershire Foxes women. Same time next week, Saturday, 10:30 start, 3rd of May. Get your tickets now, Kent website, and you might see another ton.
Absolutely, you don't have to listen to us. Even better. Yes, now the players going out there shaking hands. All the Kent players giving great hugs there to the batters coming off. What a performance.
I think the only things left to say is thanks for joining us, everyone. Thanks to Cluberly, our live stream sponsor, for allowing us to show this game to you for free today. Thank you, Cameron, for coming in today, speaking with us, and we will see you all next time. Up the horses.